Shalom Care, grooming essentials for the modern man of color. Shalom Care, grooming essentials for the modern man of color. Paraben-free, peace with care. For beard mousse, armpit mousse, or jock mousse, visit shalomcare4u2u.com. Shalom Care.
Brand disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed on this platform by individuals, callers, or invited guests are their own. The information you hear does not reflect the overall views of all parties associated with the brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised.
Help keep the show on the air. If you want to help, you can send your donation to PayPal. The email is debatetalkforyou@gmail.com or through Cash App, $Sal Showtime. Thanks for your support.
Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom. You're now tuning in to Debate Talk for You Radio. I am Gabbar Alaha, and this is the Sabbath Meal, episode 26. Today, going to be getting into rebuilding the marriage covenant with our special guest, Mack Thomas and his wife. They should be popping back in momentarily. Looks like they dropped off for a second, probably having some technical issues, but we're going to get them in here momentarily. Before we begin, I just want to give all praises to the Most High Yahweh and the authority of his only begotten Son, Hamashiach Yahweh Shai, who was commonly called Jesus Christ, and to everyone tuning in now, whether it's live or on the playback. May Yahweh keep you and watch over you always. Want to give a special shout out to Sal Showtime for allowing us to once again use this platform to do our thing here on Debate Talk for You. So make sure you guys donate to the platform, subscribe, like the video, and so on and so forth. You guys see the information scrolling down at the bottom, so make sure you guys check it out. I want to make a couple of announcements. We do have a debate scheduled for September 5th between King Shamariah and AOSD Chandler or Elvin Chandler. They're going to be debating are all Bible prophecies fulfilled? Are all Bible prophecies fulfilled? That's going to be going down on September 5th at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be on Clubhouse. So make sure you guys follow the Clubhouse room DT4U World. It will be simulcast here on YouTube as well as Facebook. So you guys can check it out there as well. Most high willing, we won't have any more technical issues, and we will be able to get that simulcast going. So again, September 5th, 5:30 Pacific Standard Time, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Debate is going down between King Shamariah and AOSD Chandler. Topic is going to be, are all Bible prophecies fulfilled? Okay, so make sure you guys check that out. We may possibly also have another dialogue scheduled for tomorrow between Bleedo and Stanley, who actually have frequented Debate Talk for You before. They may be doing a dialogue on Unix. Okay. So make sure you guys check that out. That may possibly be going down tomorrow as well on Clubhouse. So make sure you guys stay tuned and updated for that as well. Also, what else do we got going on? I know there were some other things that were happening. Make sure you guys check out Vinny. I believe he'll be going live at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. So make sure you guys come back to the platform and check that out also. And Sal Showtime will be making an appearance here on the YouTube side in the near future. Had a discussion about that not too long ago. So he will be making that appearance, and the Blog Talk side will be coming back into effect real soon. Okay, so make sure you guys just check out everything and make sure so you guys can stay up to date. And also, debatetalkforyou.com is still on the way. It is still on the way, so you guys can check out the past shows, and be able to look at everything on there. All right. So again, we're going to be getting into rebuilding the marriage covenant with Mack Thomas and his wife, Anyasha. I'm hoping I'm saying it right. I hope I'm saying it right. So let me go ahead and get them up in here. Mack Thomas and Anyasha, say what's up to the people. You are live on the air.
See, I wish that was real people, though. I appreciate that. I'm just going to put that out there. If I'm ever on a talk show and somebody ever does that, I'll be like, hey, where the real people at? Shalom.
Hey, shalom. Shabbat shalom. What's going on? What's going on, Mack Thomas? And am I saying your name right, sister?
It's not her name. That's how to say wife. It's Yiska.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, I just put that out. I just put that there because I don't know what I was thinking. I should have just put my wife's name. I just didn't think about it.
So basically, it's Mack and wife.
Right, Mack and wife.
You know what? I'm gonna change it then. Y'all get off my back.
No, it's all good. It's all good, man. You know how we do, man. We have fun, man. So we're gonna be getting into the rebuilding the marriage covenant, man. I know you've been waiting for a while to bring this out, man. You know, I'm glad that you got your wife on here. Like I was kind of teasing y'all before we came online, like, hey, y'all finna do Aquila and Priscilla style. I'm like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm about to take a back seat and I'm gonna let y'all rock out, man. So hope y'all enjoy, man, and the floor is all yours, man.
Okay, cool. Want to just kind of give like a brief overview on why I'm doing this. I mean, mainly I appreciate everybody. I appreciate Gabbar and Sal for hosting the show. I definitely appreciate the Most High first and foremost for allowing me to have this opportunity to do this. And I definitely want to thank my other half, who is right here next to me. She is the one individual that I can say is, other than the Most High, who's like kind of put up with all my nonsense. So I definitely appreciate her too for also being here. And mainly the reason why I wanted to do this study is because I kind of see the good, bad, and ugly of marriages. And marriage is a big thing for me, simply for the fact that I've come from a big family. And I'm the oldest of 9 kids. And, you know, my mother and father didn't stay together. And I've seen how women talk about their husbands or even talk about other men. I've seen how men talk about their wives or even talk about how women are. And I kind of just want to go back to how things were culturally and, kind of go through the understanding of what the marriage covenant was truly about. Because when you understand the marriage covenant, you also understand the Most High and his covenant with his people. It literally is one and the same. His blood covenant and the marriage covenant is literally one and the same. You just have to see what he is doing and understand like how you treat your wife. He's telling you, I don't treat you the same way. Or I treat the way you're treating your wife when it's good, I treat you guys the exact same way. And you get the understanding that when we come together as a people, as a nation, and we formulate the bride, we get that understanding that he provides, he takes care of us, he loves us the same way when we take care of our wives and show and cherish them and love them. We are exhibiting the ways of the Most High by doing so. So did you want to say anything? I'm just putting you on the spot. You don't have to say anything.
I don't really have anything to say right now. I might think of something though.
Okay, cool. So I'm just going to get this started. It says, so scriptural marriage, looking at the culture that was lost. So the topics we'll discuss, it says we'll be looking at different aspects of marriage according to the scriptures, during a word study on various words to get the full understanding of the Abari, or how they transliterated to Hebrew thought process, showing the differences between the Western Greco-Roman and the Abari Hebrew mindset, how marriage relates to our relationship with Yah, and showing how our relationship with Yah and the relationship between a man and his wife are one and the same. Also studying various cultures that still practice the biblical form of marriage and seeing that perspective. So, disclaimer. So, I just want everybody to know this. Me and my wife, we've only been married for 4 years. Okay, just putting that out there. And so, I kind of just want to do a series of this. But mainly the whole purpose of this thing is for marriage couples that are listening to this right now. It's mainly for you guys to come into the light about this. Thank you, Simka. I appreciate your witness. For you guys to come out, anyone who's been married like 10, 15, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, to come out and basically give your experience on what you've gone through and how it relates. Because the thing about marriage is that we're supposed to get our understanding from the elders, people who've been in the relationship with their wives for so long, because we get an idea, we see the experience that they've gone through and how they stuck it out. And it's not to be like this thing where you are this is a slave relationship where you're just stuck with the slave and you don't know how to get rid of it. It's or like this disease or something like that. No, what you're waking up to is yourself, a person who sees you for who you really are, and you're able to take the fair criticism and you're able to criticize them. But you all come together and you're able to actually work things out. No matter how angry she makes you or how angry you make her, you guys work these things out to where you change for the better and not for the worse. You love one another because you see that you can't live without this person because they truly complete you. And so, again, disclaimer, we are by no means our marriage counselors in any way. So I don't want nobody getting it twisted, and do not have the experience to do so. This lesson is not for the purposes of counseling or giving marital advice, but for educational purposes to give knowledge and understanding of a foreign culture. All sources are used for clarity on our cultural condition and to shed light on how we as a nation got to this point and to take the necessary steps to reverse it. We will be dealing with the issues of our nation as a whole, dealing with the diaspora as well as the Bantu tribes of Africa. So the last 2 points I want to clarify, because what a lot of people don't understand, in case people who are watching, I do not subscribe to the 12 tribes chart, and I can give plethora of reasons why, but I do not ascribe to the 12 tribes chart for various reasons. And because of that, marriage is one of the key things that you can kind of see in real time today. Like literally today, you can literally go to these various tribes and you can you can see how the marriage culture that we're going to see in the scriptures is exactly what they do today. It is exactly what they do today. And so we have to be very, 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 very knowledgeable, as well as in our actions. We have to do the things that the scripture tells us to do. And we got to see how we're supposed to carry these things out. Otherwise, you don't see no value in your wife and you don't see no value in your husband. Women don't see the value in men. Men don't see the value in women. And that's the major problems that we're having in today's world right now. So with that being said, let's get started. So Romans 15, verse 4, This is in a different version. Williams version says, "For everything that was written in the earlier times was written for our instruction, so that by our patient endurance and through the encouragement the scriptures bring, we might continuously cherish our hope." So I use this version because I love Romans 15:4. Even in the KJV, it says, "For whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and in comfort of the scriptures we might have hope." The reason for this is because we got to always look back. We have to always look back and see why we're in the predicament that we are now. When we talk about curses, when we talk about, oh, I'm seeing my mother and father doing this, why is our people doing this? We always have to look back because that shows us the conditions of why we are in the situations that we're in. Whenever we see our forefathers doing right, we understand when we follow the ways of our forefathers that we're doing right, we don't have no issues. We don't have no problems. I've noticed that when I was doing the things that in the ways of Abraham, when I was actually loving my wife the way I was supposed to, we didn't have no problems. There was other issues that we had to deal with, but other than that, we didn't really have no problems like that. So, and it's the same thing. You know, when you do the things that our forefathers were doing that were evil, you come up with all these issues. You come up with broken marriages, broken relationships, and you can't really function that way. All right. So can you read this for me?
So, what is marriage exactly? So, this relationship is, in a general way, represented by several Hebrew words, the most distinctive of which are several forms of katan. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Which means to give in marriage. In the Greek, it's gamos, a wedding.
That's why I need her, guys, because she knows how to read that. I don't. Go ahead.
It is very remarkable, however, as well as significant, that there is no single word in the whole Hebrew scriptures for the estate of marriage, or to express the abstract idea of wedlock, matrimony, as the German, I guess, does. It is only in the post-exilian period, when the laws of marriage had gradually developed themselves, that we meet with the abstract. Now, I don't know what that is in Hebrew, as the aleph, shin, yod, hey, right? Asha or anyasha. Or is that a nun? Or is that a yod? I don't know.
Yes, you're saying it's Anyasha.
Okay, was that a nun then? After the aleph?
Don't ask me. I don't read that.
I think that's a yod.
That probably is a yasha.
No, that wouldn't. Ayasha.
You just keep reading.
Okay. It's bothering me. And the other word, which is mating. And then we have, is that zugos? Zugos. The former denoting the legal and the latter the natural side of matrimony.
So this part here, Jabanoth, 6:5, Kiddushin 1 and 2. These are from the Talmud, which we're not going to be using because I don't subscribe to the Talmud for various reasons, and I don't subscribe to the Talmud for various reasons, and you're going to see why as I kind of go through this, because of what it doesn't teach the ancient ways. It's not subscribing to that, but it does. If you go to Jabbanuth and Kiddushin, all it really does is it tells you kind of like what marriage would mean during the time that the Talmud was written. When they were discussing it, they were saying what makes somebody married. And so that's what they were discussing in the Kiddushin 1 and 2 and Jabbanuth 6 and 5. That's what it's referencing. So it says also the former denoting the legal and the latter the natural side of matrimony. It says, but even then, so no such definition of marriage is to be found in the Hebrew writings as we find in the Roman law. So that's important. there's a key difference, and this is what makes it frustrating when it comes to people who don't really understand the Hebrew culture. When you're talking about marriage, if you don't understand the Hebrew culture, it makes literally no sense, because everybody, and I mean everybody who reads this book in the West, have a Western Roman Greco understanding of what marriage is. And that's gonna be apparent when we go through this. So it says niptui, or nip. Is that niptui? Niptu.
I guess nuptu.
Nuptu. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to read that.
I don't have to read that. Yeah, thank you. The translation, simple things that I can understand. Marriage is the union of a man and woman, and partners of all life, human and divine right of communication.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Now, this Roman definition, you kind of have to be careful with it, because if you notice, it says "and partners of all life." In today's society, that could probably be interpreted to include, same-sex or homosexuality, lesbianism, man and a dog, so you got to kind of be careful with definitions that can be vague or general. So in my opinion, that second part of the definition is kind of general and too vague, that it could probably be interpreted or twisted to include certain unions that are actually unlawful,
Right. But this is why it's saying Roman law.
Like, yeah, I was just pointing that out, like Roman, Hebraic, as it was already stated, they don't have a definition like that. There's not really an abstract concept of marriage. It's more concrete, as opposed to like more concrete in reference to like the legal aspects of marriage and the the physical part, like stuff. So I'm just kind of repeating what we already just read.
Jumping the gun already.
I'm not jumping the gun. I repeated. I reshot the bullet. The same bullet.
Okay.
You could say that.
I'm gonna see how that's possible. Anyway, abstract idea. So kind of gonna go through that, what it means to have an abstract idea of wedlock matrimony. Basically, like my wife said, marriage is the union of man and woman and partners of all life. All of these is Roman, like in human and divine right of communication. Again, it's going it's philosophical, as well as it's based on their God's worship. Like, it's based on their worship. That's why when it comes to the phrasing of the Roman law,
it says "and divine right."
And divine right.
Like,
it's not talking about
married. Like, divine gets married.
It's the divine right. So
they don't get married.
That's why we see when it comes to America, they look at, marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman,
because their gods would get married. So that's why. I didn't even catch that at first. Like,
it's going by Roman understanding.
Yeah.
So it's like, no matter what Christians say, they come from like, you got to understand, it's not hard to see why the Pope says what he says when he says, homosexuals, we gotta talk about, the conversations of same-sex marriages. Why are we even talking to this guy? Why are we even thinking about this? Well, mainly because he's Roman, and all you Christian denominations, y'all come from them. So it stands to reason, no matter how hard the stance is, not to say that everybody's going to do that, that is a Christian, but the whole point is that because you come from a system that is Roman, and the Roman law does not come from the Most High's law, it stands to reason why it's not hard to see that churches are doing what they're doing. It's not hard to see why when we're dealing with interracial marriages, same-sex marriages, LGBTQ plus 75346, all of these like bestiality, sleeping around like some of these camps do, when it comes to like fornication and all these different things. It's not hard to see where this stuff comes from. It all has a system it's all a system that comes from an origin, and that origin is Rome.
And I want to just clarify, because you mentioned interracial marriages.
Yeah.
We don't believe that interracial marriages are in every context wrong.
Right.
Yeah. So, it's not on the same scale as homosexuality and stuff like that. We're not saying that, it's an evil thing. It can be.
Definitely can be, yeah.
But that's not everybody's situation. So yeah.
Yeah. But we're gonna go through all that, because this whole thing is just the origin, just something to start off with, because I'm not trying to give too much information, because we'll be here all night and next week. So I ain't trying to do all of that. So again, going back, moving forward, it says, so what does this mean? So when we're talking about abstract idea, let's look at this. It says the word marriage and marry are not Abri/Hebrew concepts, meaning these words have no origin in the language itself, because it can't convey what it is. When we're talking about marriage, again, I already said this, Roman Greco-Western understanding cannot tell you what a marriage is, because once they do that, they are not conveying Hebrew. I don't care what anybody else says. They're not conveying Hebrew. They're not conveying a Hebrew concept. They're not doing that. So Numbers 36 verse 6 in the KJV, this is the thing which Yahuwah command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them, Hebrew 802, marry, 1961, to whom they think best, only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. Okay, so this is Hebrew number 1961, which means it's Hayah, which means to exist. That's literally what it means, to exist.
Live.
To exist or have breath. That which exists has breath. In Hebrew thought, the breath is the character of someone or something. Just as a man has character, so do objects. Generic verb. It's a generic verb with a wide application, meaning to exist or be. Let's put that in perspective, okay? Because this is what they translate into: was, come to pass, came, be, happened, become, pertain, better for thee. Notice marry is not part of these words that is translated into. No. Not saying that it isn't, no. But it's like, look at the KJV and what it translates hayah into: was, to come to pass, came, be, happened, become, pertained, better for you. This thing, I'm gonna read the scripture again. This thing which Yahuwah doeth command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad. Here we go. I'm gonna take her. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. That's all I can say. It says, this is the thing which Yahuwah doeth command concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry or be or come to pass. Let them become to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. So it literally it's hayah is not telling you. It doesn't really explain to you what to marry someone, what that means, other than to exist. You exist. When you come together with your husband, You exist. Like you become, you are. This is literally what happens. It doesn't really express anything that gives us an idea of what marriage actually is, according to a Roman Greco Western mindset. That's why it becomes a problem, because when you're talking about the marriage covenant with the Most High, what is he saying that we become? When we marry him, what does that mean? What does that mean to marry him? And literally, it just means that we exist. We have breath. We have life. We become. We're dwelling with him. We have existence. That's literally what it is. And so this is what I say, and this is really no offense to anybody. But this is why I say, when it comes to any people who study Hebrew and stuff like that, there is a difference between marriage and there's a difference between language and culture. There is a stark difference between language and culture. Any person can study a language. That does not mean you know the culture. I'm going to say that again. Anybody can study the language. That does not mean you know the culture. So when people come to me and say, I know Hebrew, and they're talking about that box Hebrew and stuff like that, I say, and you can have conversation with Israeli people because you know the language. I say, no offense, but you don't know Hebrew. No offense, you're speaking a bastardized language, in my opinion. You're speaking a bastardized language. I look at the paleo, but I also look at the culture. Because when you look at the culture and you understand the words that are ascribing to the culture, then you get an idea of what something means and not what something just is defined as. So we're gonna give a prime example. So let's go to 802 in Hebrew. So let me go back. Let's go real quick. All right, let's go. Oh, you moved my stuff.
For me?
Yeah, you.
What's that?
You moved the lexicon I had.
I think it's in there.
Yeah, but I had it out here. Why'd you do that?
There's too many things open.
Yeah, there was too many things open. I concur. Anyway, so let's go to do. Anyway. All right, so Control F. Let me maximize this so all can see it. Thing wants to act crazy now. Come on. Hey, when technology is coming so slow. Okay, let's try this again. Sorry about that. You are going to get yourself in trouble. Okay. STM 802. Two. This thing is acting. It's acting slow on me. What's that?
I feel bad.
What?
Adobe is the application that this is opening in. I canceled my subscription.
Oh,
Um,
so you did that.
if we have limited access
Oh, okay.
to it now.
That's not. That's not what you wish to happen. Ah, it won't
I
let me do
guess
it.
shush. While my husband is trying to find
There it is.
the word that he's looking for. He just found it. But I wanted to kind of share a little bit about why marriage is important to me. When he had first asked me like if I had anything to say on slide 1, I really didn't really couldn't think of anything. But then I was like, oh, I really should have just said this. So I just kind of wanted to give a little introduction of myself. So my husband kind of spoke about his background, being the oldest of 9. And he came from a family that, despite having gone through divorce, they were still a pretty close-knit family. Me, I have one older sister, only one sibling that I know of, and we both have different fathers. And we were raised by our grandmother, and we didn't really have a strong male figure in our lives. And we didn't live with our mother. We didn't really know her, and we didn't really know our fathers. So I come from a very broken household, and I virtually didn't know my parents. And when I got married to my husband, I was still dealing with the fact that my mother had died. My senior year of high school, I didn't really know her. Didn't get an opportunity to meet her. And my grandmother had died a few months before I actually married my husband. So I was just kind of dealing with like an overload. And it took me a long time to finally get to a place where I feel I am gracefully walking, as a wife, like walking this marriage covenant out. And as we'll kind of go through the different slides in this PowerPoint and discuss some traditions, some ancient traditions that we find in some cultures in Africa. I'm going to be honest, there are some things that I'll outright flat say I don't agree with.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
They got some crazy ones.
Because in the beginning of our marriage, seeing that I didn't even have a definite definition of a family, of a 2-parent household family. I didn't understand that concept. Because so much of my life was broken through generational curses. I didn't know how to relate to my husband as a wife. I didn't know how to relate to myself as a woman, and I was pregnant. Didn't even know what it would mean to be a mother. And there were a lot of opinions that, people were sharing about this is what it means to be a wife. This is what it means to be a husband. And, I was listening to certain groups and certain teachings and certain influences that were actually in our lives at the time. And it made things very hard, and I put a lot of bondage upon myself and upon my husband. And I can say vice versa. I think it was primarily me, though. Really struggled, with understanding marriage. And as my husband pointed out, the marriage covenant um, relates to our relationship with the Most High. So I struggled with even how I viewed the Most High and what He expected out of me, you know. And my life was very unbalanced. And we can probably talk more in detail about that later. But now that me and my husband have both grown, and we're definitely not perfect, and we still have a lot of growth to do and lots of things to work on, but we've been through some things, and we've come out of it together through the grace of the Most High.
Yeah.
And so I can speak for both of us that because of the background that we come from, our family lives growing up, and I think we both kind of came into just I don't know, I guess it was just the Most High leading us to kind of understand. Even before we married each other, we both really understood how important marriage was in general.
Yeah.
And we made the agreement that divorce is not an option for us.
Right.
And so, like, if we ever get the opportunity to share our testimony, it might be surprising to some of you to think, well, how in the world are they still together? Why did he not leave her? I would have straight left that woman. She was crazy.
And moving on.
But no. It just attests to how important marriage is to us, basically, you know. And yeah, I'm just
Yes. Yeah.
Flow. You messed up my flow.
I didn't mess up. No, you.
I lost my
No,
train of thought.
no. I'm putting a dam there. I'm blocking that flow. That's what I'm doing. Anyway, so yeah, so the word H802 was just basically woman, right? It's basically woman. So the woman becomes to whoever she thinks is best within the tribe. That's literally what the word was. So, you know, just to kind of quickly put that in perspective, when it says let them, saying let the woman, or probably was saying woman become to whom they think best, only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. You see, it like when it translates let them, it's like it's already talking about the subject matter, which was the woman. It's not like these words kind of just, they don't have like filler. So because they don't have filler, they're already talking about the subject matter at hand, and they're just kind of giving like directives, like they're already saying who it's talking to, and then just giving like a straight command sentence, like woman marry or become, you know, become or exist to whom they think best. Like it's weird, but it's at the same time, this is what I'm talking about when we're talking about a culture that is lost. We have to get back to that culture, that cultural understanding. You know, we can't necessarily 100% get right back to that culture, but at the same time, I'm saying for us as a people, that's what we got to do. You know, that's what we got to try to get back to as much as possible, because things were much simpler back then. Like all this nonsense with like feminism, masculininism, and all these isms and schisms and, you know, divisions and
that part is real too.
It's real nonsensical, like to the point to where it's annoying and it's stupid, because our forefathers didn't have time for that. Like when you look at their culture, they literally did not have time for that. We're talking about a people that worked outside every single day, 12 hours out of the day, and from sun up till sundown. And then, you know, we're talking about like the wife is doing something, the children are doing something. You ain't got time for this stupidity. You don't. It's just stupid. All right, so let's keep going. It says Thorleif Bowman, as the New Testament writings show, Yahusha and the apostles were firmly rooted in the Old Testament and lived in its world of images. Shortly after the death of the founder, however, the new religious community's center of gravity shifted into the Greek-speaking Hellenistic world. And after the year 70, when the temple was destroyed, the community was severed finally from its motherland. Christianity has been the religion of Europeans ever since. It is significant, however, that despite their absolute authority, the words of Yahushua were preserved by the church only in the Greek language. Not only are these two languages essentially different, but so too are the kinds of images and thinking involved in them. This distinction goes very deeply into the psychic life. The Jews themselves define their spiritual predisposition as anti-Hellenic. Once this point is properly understood, it must be granted completely. Hebrew Thought Compared with Greek, London, 1960, page 17. So this individual, Thorley Bowman, is saying that both, not only are the languages different, but the thinking is different. And so what irritates me when you're talking, when it comes to Christians who are talking about anything pertaining to the Old and New Testament, once you start getting into Greek, you lost me. Because you have to go back to the Hebrew, you have to go back to the culture in order to understand what these people are talking about. Let's keep going. Culture and thought of the ancient Iberine or / Hebrews must be understood to understand the meanings behind the scriptures. Okay, these are prime examples. Greeks describe objects in relation to the way they look, while Hebrews describe objects in relation to the way they work. Hebrews, for example, would use the verb write to describe a pencil, while a Greek will use adjectives like yellow and long to do the same thing. Okay, so to simplify that, if you're asking a Hebrew, describe this pencil to me, they would say it's something I write with. You ask a Greek the same thing, describe this pencil to me. Well, it's long, it has a pointed end, it has it's yellow, it's made of wood. That's what a Greek is going to do. Greeks describe objects in relation to the objects themselves, while Hebrews describe objects in relation to Hebrews themselves. For example, a Greek would say by way of illustration, God is love, describing God in relation to God, while a Hebrew would say Yah loves me, describing Yah in relation to himself. It's a relationship. Everything that the Hebrews talked about was in relationship to himself. The Most High loves me. Oh, okay, you get kissed. Greek nouns refer to people, places, or things, while Hebrews nouns refer to the actions of people, places, or things. Case in point, a Greek blandly calls parents father or mother, while a Hebrew would dynamically refer to a father as the one who gives strength to the family, and a mother as the one that binds the family together. That's what a and a ab is. That's why I say to my father, I say as much that he is my ab. I don't say, I try to get that language of he's my father out of my vocabulary, because that's not what he is. Same thing with my mother, same thing. Same thing with my wife. I try to teach my child that to call my wife and to call me ab, so that she can get into her mind what those words actually mean. Because I'm not a father, I'm a ab. My wife is not a mother, she is a because that's in relation to what she does. My wife holds me together with my daughter, because I see how my daughter loves my wife so much that when I try to get close to her, she be like trying to divide us. My wife is the one who has to bring us together. So it's kind of infuriating, but I kind of see what's going on. You know, it's actually the child that's so jealous, like she wants my wife all to herself. I'm like, no, that's not how that works. So again, Greeks view the world abstractly, basically through the mind, while Hebrews view the world concretely through the senses. For instance, the Greek word for anger simply means to make angry, while the Hebrew word for anger literally means to breathe hard with flared nostrils. Now, I would say this, like, folks, I want y'all to join in and kind of ask your questions to try to get an understanding. I really don't want to lose people. If anyone has a question, please, in the midst of all of this, please ask your questions. Please do. And mainly because I don't want people to get lost and confused. Remember, the Most High is not the author of confusion.
How would you see what you would see it in the chat? How would you know if somebody had a question?
I'll have to get out a presentation and kind of see the chat if they had questions, or Gabbar will have to like post them on here.
Oh, okay, so he can post it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If anybody has a question, make sure you guys can leave it in the chat, then I can display it up on the screen.
Yeah, appreciate it. This is a prime example. This is what I'm talking about. We got to get Christianity out of our mindset, literally out of our vocabulary and mindset, because I kid you not. Every time I talk to these Christians, whether it's debate talk for you or you know, whoever, the problem that I have is that when they don't understand the culture, it is infuriating, because it literally is, because they literally talk about concepts, whether Old or New Testament, that they don't know. Like, so going back to this statement, this Thorleif Bowman, you can look him up. He's a scholar. He goes through both languages, and he literally tells you right now that if the world of Peter, James, John, and that's not even their actual names, but whatever, I'm just gonna get past that. Mashiach, you know, if these people are Hebrews, why in the world would I study Greek and to understand things in the Greek mindset when they're Hebrews? That makes no sense. I have to go right back to the Hebrew and find the corresponding word as well as the cultural understanding to get an idea of what these people were talking about. It doesn't make any sense to look at Greek words and get Greek understanding from their philosophers if they don't speak Greek. Every single word that they would define for a Hebrew, they can speak it in Greek. And guess what? Greeks will say, you're using that word correctly, but I don't understand what you mean by that. It's no different than Gabbar. If he was talking to me, and if Gabbar is talking to me in German, now I could speak German right back. Nein, Fräulein. It means no. It means no, ma'am. Like no
Guten
woman.
Tag.
Huh?
Guten Tag.
Yeah, exactly. See, he could speak German to me, and I can speak German right back. But if I don't understand the cultural significance of how he's using the words, it does not make any sense. I'm using the word correctly, but I'm not speaking it as a German would. I'm not using the same phraseology as a German would. So it becomes a problem. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so just to give an example, our thoughts must be renewed in order to understand how our forefathers lived. So if anybody, Gabbar, I'm gonna use you. I'm gonna start with this. What are we looking at? Just tell me what are we looking at? What is this image?
They both appear to be the Statue of Liberty.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, what does the Statue of Liberty mean? Describe it to me.
The general understanding would be supposed to represent the land of the free.
Land of the free, freedom, justice, and liberty. What would it mean to a Hebrew if we're looking at the same thing?
I don't know. Yes, that's a good question.
You see?
Right.
You see how it's like the statue of, like, hey, Abraham, this is the Statue of Liberty. What are you looking at? The Statue of Liberty. Hey, Gabbar from America, what are you looking at when you look at the Statue of Liberty? The land of the free. Notice what you just did. Notice what you just did. That's what I'm saying. It's totally different. It's literally a 180 from what you've been brought up to your understanding and your thinking. They don't think like us. They literally don't. Gabbar is a prime example of how different Western and Eastern thinking is, or how I should say Hebrew thinking is. He gave a prime example of how everybody would just say the land of the free. That's what it represents. To a Hebrew, it literally, I'm looking at a daggum statue. I don't know what in the world you're trying to convey to me.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That's literally how they think. Okay, so another example, Hebrew thinking. Concrete nouns, words that represent objects that can be perceived through our senses. They can be seen, heard, touched, smelt, and tasted. Example, this is my house. A house, an individual object that can be seen and touched by everyone. This is the problem that I have with Christians, because they literally spiritualize things. And when they say something is spiritualized, like you have to be in the spirit, you have to think spiritually. Greco-Roman Western thinking, abstract nouns, words that refer to states, events, concepts, feelings, qualities, etc. that cannot be perceived through our senses, i.e., they have no physical existence. Oh, I'm saved through the power of the Holy Ghost. I'm saved. Oh, I'm saved. How are you saved? How are you saved? Well, the Most High, He saved me. He brought me out of He brought me out from a mighty long way. I was this and that and the third, and He saved me. A Hebrew is looking at you like, fool, you ain't saved. You still in the same rut. You still in the same place. A Greco-Roman is like, no, I'm saved in the mind. I thought a different way. I had a different thinking process. Now my mind has been renewed. Okay, so your mind has been renewed. Are you saved? No. Because when the Most High talks about saving someone, you can physically see it. It's literally, He brought you from one place to another where you have freedom to worship Him.
Right. Like the true salvation would be in the resurrection, right? Like
right.
That's when we are like we're glorified.
Like you're glorified.
Like we're ascending now. For those of us that are alive. A prime example. Literally, look at how the Hebrews were saved. And it's not a spiritual ascension either.
Right.
People will say that too. like we're
in the book of Exodus, Shamut, in the book of Exodus, when Moses came when the Most High used Moses to save His people, what happened when they used the term salvation? It's because they literally said, let my people go that they may come and serve me. And what did the Most High have to do? He literally had to destroy a nation to save His people from that nation, to bring them away from that nation, to set them in a place to where they could freely worship Him without any worry about being killed, about being worked to death, and they have no rest, about being used and abused, oppressed. and oppressed, and they have no ability to have freedom with the Most High. If you're talking about with these Christians now, when they're talking about being saved, they're in the same predicament. They're in the same place. And they're talking about having some spiritual ascension, but they're still doing the same thing. Oh, I'm a Christian now, so I'm saved. Okay, I go to church on Sunday, and 1 Corinthians 13, I've been saved by the power of the gospel. And the gospel says that I've been renewed in my mind, and therefore, because I'm renewed in my mind, that's right, mind. And because I've been renewed in my mind, I have this spiritual connection with the Most High. Right. I'm saved.
Right. And a lot of Christians actually relate salvation to the baptism.
Right.
They say that. When did you get saved? And that's something I gotta
speaking in tongues.
Thinking about,
right?
Like saying there's a difference from that time you started to believe or put your trust in Yahuwah from the actual salvation.
Yeah.
That comes later after.
And so when this is a prime example, when you look at the letters, the paleo, not that box and whatever that other nonsense is. I'm talking about the paleo or pictograph Hebrew. When you look at their letters, all of their letters are literally objects that you can physically experience. Aleph, the ox head, is literally an ox head. I can see an ox head. I can see how you came up with that letter, the Aleph. And that's literally how that's literally what the letter represents. Or the Yod, which is the representation of the right hand. It's literally it's an arm. It's a right hand. That's
which is also strength.
Which is, it represents someone's strength or authority. That's all their words are descriptions of physical things that can be seen in physical reality. That's how they experience the world. So it's not to say that Hebrew does not have no abstract concepts at all, but the way they convey the abstract concepts is through physical representation. So if you're angry with someone, if Gabbar is angry with me, I can literally see his face, and he is going to have a face that I'm like, this brother is angry at me, to where I know he's going to punch me in the face if I keep going with what I'm doing. I can see his face, and I can tell he is flaring up his nose. He got a different countenance. His face is not towards me. It is towards punching me. That you can physically see. You cannot see someone saying an emotion. You can't see an emotion. You can only see a physical manifestation of it.
Right. Like in Hebrew, the word for anger is off, which means nose.
It just means nose.
Because the nose flares when you're really angry, and your nose starts, that's when your nose starts flaring.
Yeah, so. You getting that angry.
Yeah.
So let's keep going. Okay, so let's discuss the beginning. So in Bereshith 127, all of this is see, I had to go through all of this, folks, because I can't just talk about marriage and not really go through the actual words itself. We have to go through the words. We have to go through the culture. We have to go through the mindset, because it just becomes me preaching the same way a Christian does. I can't do that.
Applying Greek meaning.
I can't apply Greek, Roman, Western meaning to Hebrew concepts. We have to go through the culture, because it only makes sense when you apply things through the culture. Case in point, Bereshith 127, Genesis 127 says, so Yah created man in his own image, right? In the image of Yah created him, male and female created he them. Bereshith 128. And Yah blessed them, and Yah said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. Right? So let's go through the highlighted words. So Yah created man in his own image. All right, so let's go through image. So what is the word for, excuse me. I'm sorry. I skipped it. So what is the word for male, and what does it mean? So it says male is the word zakar. Zakar is zakar simply means a remembering an action on a past event. So why in the world is male associated with the sense of to remember or memorial? Male, the one of the family that remembers and passes down the family history through story and family name. Also the one who acts and speaks for the family. So I want to get to it. But this is why I get tired of feminism. I get tired of this whole movement of the women trying to be empowering, or men trying to men not associating their function, not walking in their function. Because when you have a weak male, or when you have a male that is not operating in the function that he is supposed to operate in, it becomes a problem. It becomes a huge problem, because there's no direction. There's no direction. And this is what infuriates me when we see a whole lot of single women or single mothers who talk about, I can do things all by myself. No, you can't. because the child that is birthed out of you, he comes from someone that gives him the direction of how he's supposed to be. But when you take that away, he literally has no direction of how to associate himself with who he is. Okay, a prime example of this is that when a man is not in his child's life, the child has to associate himself with something. So when we talk about he's in a gang, he's in this, he's in a bad crowd, or he becomes feminized, he becomes this and that. Why does that happen? Because he does not know to associate himself with a strong male, because he doesn't have one in his life. There is no direction. When Abraham was in his son's life, the son was able to pass down the understanding of what his father instilled in him, because he remembered the ways of his father. As we can see, a male in the Hebrew culture isn't based on what you possess between your legs. Hello? But what the function a male has according to the purpose he was created in. So when a person says I'm a man, when a person is talking about a gender quality, in the Hebrew concept, no, you're not associated between what you have between your legs. A dog has the same thing you do between its legs. What exactly are you? That's what the Most High created you. That's how the Most High created you. This is what I created you to be. You are going to pass down the instructions that I give to the next generation.
Yeah, make sure it stays working.
Oh, okay.
One thing that I'm thinking about is, like, I don't know if you probably just said it, but like with male meaning zakar, it could be that the man is the one who is supposed to remember the covenant.
Yeah.
You know. And do you have the word for female on here?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So let's go through that. So and I was trying, I know we have, younger audiences, but this is important too, because I kind of have to state things. Right? I just say that's what it is. I'm gonna go through it. I gotta calm down because my daughter gets antsy when I start raising my voice. Anyway, what is the word for female mean? A female, the word for female is nakab, which means to pierce. Okay, hole. To pierce, to make a hole by piercing, also to curse in the sense of piercing through. Okay, now that's just weird, Mac. Like, what's going on here? That's just weird. What's going on? Okay, so another definition for it that I forgot to put on here is literally means that when the woman is born through, when it comes to the consummation, when a man is going in unto the female, or when the woman has a child, the child bores through her. So that the idea is that a female is seen as one with the capability to bear children, as well as one who has a sense of, that a hole in her. She was created with a hole in her to where she can be bored through or pierced through.
How you mentioned earlier that the male is the one who would be responsible for passing down the family history.
Yeah.
Like remembering the family history and passing it down to the subsequent generations. And that would also be true for like who they worshipped,
right.
Learning about your Elohim, that would be passed down through the children. And so that's kind of what the zakar, kind of plays when it comes to
right.
a male. So you could look at it for like a female, like the woman is the one, through through the physical act of procreation is the one who's able to bring forth those children that will be taught by the zakar or by the male.
Right.
And the same thing, that's a good point about like the process of bringing forth a child is also a born
Yeah.
through. So it seems like the female, her function, and her purpose is tied to the man in the sense of, consummation and procreation, and like bringing forth the children,
Right.
which ties into like Eve and the serpent and stuff.
Right. And this is why relationship is so important. And it's not, this is the I want relationships to stay together. I want people to understand like what you're getting into is literally a covenant between one another, and it's before the Most High. And that has to be put in perspective, folks. It's when we talk about that the man is greater than the woman is greater than the man. When we start doing that, you start getting into things that even Abraham didn't have time to think about.
Right.
Sarah didn't even think about it. And I get irritated because we divide one another because one is trying to be superior than the other, and that's not how this works.
Right.
There is a function that you represent, and you don't go past those bounds just because of certain because you feel beside yourself and you think, oh, I'm this, that, and the third. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
The way the Most High operated is that when he created, so let's put it this way. So the interesting differences between the male and the male isn't expressed by his genitalia, but by the function he has, while the female has the distinction of being created with a whole like genitalia and being able to bring forth children. What is interesting is how the man is seen as one to remember, and the woman is the one who is or to be pierced. So going back to the blood covenant, okay, just to keep these things in perspective, when we're talking about marriage, when we're talking about the blood covenant with the Most High had to take the lamb's blood and sprinkle it upon the covenant and upon the people who took part in the covenant. What was the covenant? The covenant was first verbal and then written down. And then we were responsible. The Most High said over and over and over again, remember my covenant, remember my covenant, remember my covenant, remember my covenant. Who was the one responsible for bringing down the 10 commandments? A male. Why was that male, the zakar, responsible for bringing down the covenant? Because he was responsible for teaching everybody to remember it. While the woman was seen as the one who carried the seed of the very person to remember the covenant. She kept the thing going. Yeah. She was responsible for keeping the thing going.
Right, because even when you plant the seed, you got to dig a hole. There's got to be some kind of boring through.
So we got to stop with this camp ideology, this Christianity ideology and stuff like that, because it's all wrong. It's all wrong. It's all wrong.
Yeah, and that the male superiority thing is not as rebuked and touched on as often as it should be. I think that that also creates a lot of bondage in marriages and unnecessary burdens and expectations that you can put on each other, because we're so trained to question and like closely examine, quote unquote gender roles, and I think we experience that a lot through Christianity. Like I know for me, I thought, being a wife, it definitely involves this, but it's not all inclusive. I thought being a wife was like, basically being a housewife, not working, only washing the dishes and clean up the house and, basically that, just being content to living under the shadow of my husband,
Yeah.
Which, as a woman, you kind of are living under the shadow of your husband, because it's like You could look at it like there are certain trees that thrive from direct sunlight. You know, if they were under any kind of covering, they wouldn't do very well. Then there are other types of trees or bushes that do well in partial shade or in complete shade. So I don't know if you've ever seen like a tree that's growing, like a large tree that's like directly in the sun, and then there'll be like a small tree that's sitting under the shadow of that tree. If that small tree was exposed to direct sunlight, it wouldn't thrive. So I'm just saying that to say like there's different like a woman is not meant to be the leader. You know what I mean? A woman thrives when she's under the covering of leadership, whereas a man is not meant to be in submission to a woman. A man thrives when he is in authority. You know, that's just kind of how it works, but it doesn't mean that, you know, you have to be isolated to certain expectations, like, you know, you can't work a job, or you can't go to college, or you know, you can't make more money than your husband, or you know,
it's some
stupid stuff.
Yeah, it is real stupid stuff, because it goes to show the inferiority complex that we as men have towards our own wives, because of how we feel like that. Like, you know, I don't want you doing this. I don't want you making more money than me. And really, I would say camp ideology does the exact same thing, except I think it does it on a worse scale, because men have a tendency of going way off the rails on this stuff and kind of just putting women on the back burner, like you're just, you know, you're a production factory.
Right.
You know, that's all you do. You lay down and you get down, and that's about it. Every decision I make, you obey, and that's about it.
Right. And I've seen that with there was one particular couple we used to be in fellowship with, and I was thinking about this just yesterday. I think that like the husband in that relationship, he was more focused on getting submission. That was it. He just wanted like, obey me, even though he was oppressive in the things that he was trying to get his wife to do. You know, in his mind, he thought it was, you know, what the scriptures were requiring, but it was oppressive. It was too much, you know, but he was focusing so much on getting submission that he wasn't actually thinking about the love, you know, being kind to his wife, being supportive, you know, being understanding, you know, help if he desires her to be a certain way, help her get there, be gracious with her. But he was kind of the type that would talk bad about his wife, you know, that would slander his wife, you know, that would get easily frustrated and impatient. And, you know, so it's just kind of like, I think that part is really overlooked. And that's kind of the part that I'm learning now, is the actual love, you know. And I think when you focus on that, the submission comes. Either you'll get the submission, or the wife will more readily submit when you have the concept of love directing you, you know, kindness, you know, directing you, rather than just obedience, you know, as if you're some slave, you know, or some dog being trained.
I'm y'all willing. I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to help with the little that I know. That's why I need older couples, people who've been married much longer than I have, because that's the purpose of the eldership here, because you're able to show your experiences of how, like, hey, you know, I submit to my wife, she submits to me. We learn one another and we love one another, and we actually are able to have a strong relationship, because she's not my slave and she's not trying to rule over me. We have a balance to where, like, hey, if she doesn't like something that I'm doing, or if she sees that I'm going off the deep end on something, we're able to have these conversations and talk about it. I'm not already having like the divorce papers in front of her face and saying, woman, say something bad. I dare you. I almost saw some of these dishes messed up. I got the divorce papers in my hand. Don't make me have to do it. And that's how some men are. This is the problem. Like it's so stupid. And it's the same thing with the women on their side. It's like they feel as if they're so oppressed because they have a man that they marry to that is actually not necessarily oppressing them, but he's saying like, I don't want you doing certain X, Y, and Z things.
They just don't want to submit.
And they don't want to submit. And it's like, you can't do that. You married this individual. You made that choice. And he made that choice to marry you. There's an expectation of how things ought to be. And we gotta stop going against the going against the prick and acting like, oh, I found a new thing. The Most High told me something different. No, he didn't.
And trust is involved in submission, like so much. If you don't trust your husband, you're not gonna submit to him at all. And if you don't trust the Most High, you're not gonna submit to your husband at all. I think that's the big thing, which it goes back to love, rather than just focusing so much on like the obedience, just kind of like a quick personal side. It's just kind of like for me, I used to really struggle with submitting to my husband because I just always had this fear, which again, what does it say? That perfect love casts out all fear. Yeah. I had this fear that he was going to lead us down the wrong path, or if I followed him, it was going to be something like I'm Abigail and my husband is Nabal, and if I listen to my husband, our house is going to be torn down.
She's not half wrong, because I was doing some foolish stuff. I'll be honest. I was doing some foolish stuff, and I was expecting my wife, even in the midst of my foolishness, to kind of go along with. Like, I'm not saying this as if I'm talking about other brothers and not including myself in this. The exact same things I'm talking about. Me and my wife have kind of been done, and trying to get out of doing. Right? Like that's what how our life has been, and that's what I'm trying to convey to people. Like, we could talk about these things and basically like figure out, like, as a nation, we're a nation of people. We should be communicating about this stuff and saying like, hey, this stuff is wrong. Like, how do we fix this? And we as a community should be able to have the answers, especially the elders who've been in marriages much longer, to be able to try to get these things in control. Like, it does not have to be like this. Marriages do not have to be cut short. It irritates me that nationwide in this country, that 50% of all marriages end in divorce. And that's just stupid. That's insane. And especially it's even worse in our community. So I'm getting tired of that. So
people are unprepared for marriage.
Right. Like we say things, but we're not committed in our actions to do them.
Yeah. And it takes some time, because we are dealing with a lot of curses and a lot of trauma, from failed relationships, relationships with our parents, failed relationships with our siblings, or just other traumatic experiences that kind of shape us to think a certain way. So my mind was, instilled fear, and so fear often caused me to try to take control as like a self-preservation thing. And a woman that's trying to take control all the time is dominant. You're not submissive, And it took the Most High having to really kind of show me that even when my husband was, in his foolishness, his decisions at that time were much better than mine. And if I would have just let him lead, even in his foolishness, we would have been much better off than where we currently were at that moment. And so that kind of, it was a necessary rebuke, and there was some extreme things that had happened, but I got to a point where I realized that, like, for me, what the Most High has conveyed to me is that, my salvation, the way I'm going to make it into the kingdom is through following my husband. I can absolutely trust that, my husband is going to be the one to lead us there. And so for me, that gives me a lot of rest, which is important as a woman. That gives me a lot of peace, that like, it's not up to me to figure out, what are we going to do? Oh my gosh, is this the right decision? I can go ask my husband, and I can trust that my husband's counsel is going to be good. I can trust, I think that's like there's so much involved in this, like faith.
Yeah.
You need to have faith in
Yeah,
Yahuwah
yeah,
in order to
yeah.
submit to your husband, you know. But yeah, we can keep going.
Okay, cool. It says from the beginning he outlined what
real
he
quick.
created.
Hey, can I chime in real quick? Can I chime
Oh,
in real
sure.
quick? Yeah, just real fast. No, you know, a lot of what y'all are saying, I'm glad y'all are saying a lot of this, man. You know, because you know, for those who don't know about my Ezra Connecto lesson, is caused a little bit of controversy. So, I'm glad you guys are saying what you are saying in regards to, you know, the lead and who should follow who and all that stuff and everything. And it's not supposed to be a sense of oppression, but you know, that was my purpose of even bringing that lesson out, was to show that, hey, there has to be an agreement. You know, it's not an oppressiveness. I mean, the woman still has to make a decision on, okay, am I going to follow my husband, or am I going to go my own way? You know, and so, and that does take a form of submission, because now you have to submit to that construct and to that dynamic of, okay, I have to make the decision to do this. It's not a, hey, you know, where you're getting manipulated and everything, because a woman can say no and not do that. And you know, we do see that example with Adam and Eve, you know, where Eve partook of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. She was no longer walking in like manner to Adam, you know, and then Adam was no longer walking in like manner to the Most High when he decided to do it. You know, the nation of Israel, we were no longer walking in like manner to our husband, as we're supposed to be the wife to him. You know, this is why we're in the situation that we're in as a nation and as a people. So I'm very glad and thankful that you guys are bringing this out to show that I'm not the only one who has this concept. And again, for the listening audience, this is a husband and a wife. I didn't coerce them into saying none of this. I have no idea what they were bringing out. This is all fresh information, even for myself. Okay, and I did not review his PowerPoint and try to say, hey, leave this in, take this out, or that. I did none of that. This is raw. That what they are bringing out, and it's in harmony with what I brought out concerning the Ezra Connecto. So with that, I yield and I turn it back over to you.
And so to keep going, it says from the beginning he outlined what he created us to be. So it says in Colossians chapter 3 verse 4 through 10, it says, when Mashiach, who is our life, shall appear, then shall you also appear with him in glory. Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry. For which things sake the wrath of Yah comes on the children of disobedience, in the which you also walked sometime when you lived in them. But now you also put off all these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth. Lie not one to another, seeing that you have put off the old man with his deeds, and have put on the new man, which is the renewed in knowledge after Salam, image of him that created him. Okay, so I should have put that the Hebrew word next to it, because now, of course, this is in the New Testament. Now I know all these words in Greek, but that's why I'm saying, like, with these words, you got to put it back in the Hebrew. Okay. And have put on the new man, which is renewed in the knowledge after the image of him, Mashiach, that created him. Okay. Or, excuse me. In the image of Yah that created Mashiach. In the image of Yah that created Mashiach. Okay. That created who we're physically looking at. Like when the apostles were physically looking at Mashiach, the Most High created him. Like, again, he created the image. And what was the image that he's talking about? Because when we're seeing all of these, mortify therefore the members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection. All of these things, okay, are in the image of something. So what is the image in the Hebrew? An outline or representation of an original, as a shadow is the outline of the original object. Okay. what is the whole point of this? The whole point is that when the Most High in the beginning, okay, just to go back, when he says, so Yah created man in his own salam. In the salam of Yah created he him, Zakar and Nakab created he them. Okay, so there's two distinctions here. There's two distinctions, but the whole purpose is that the male and the female, the Zakar and the one, and the Nakab created he them. He both created them to form the image, the salam, which is the outline or representation of the original as a shadow. So when Christians talking about, oh, we're supposed to represent Mashiach, we're supposed to represent Mashiach. Okay, if you are representing the outline of the object that you are representing, if you're a shadow of the original, okay, if you're a shadow of the original, if the original looked and obeyed and formed, and like if he is a certain way, you're supposed to represent the exact same thing. You have to outline the exact same thing. If he is in obedience to the Torah, the instructions, you have to be obedient to the Torah and the instructions. Let's think about this, okay, folks. Let's think about this. So Yah created man in his own salam, okay? Just to point this out, male and female, he created them, okay? If Adam was formed out of the dust of the ground and he is not spirit, okay, he is not a spiritual being like the angels, like the Malachim. If he's not a spiritual being, how is he supposed to outline or represent the Most High? How is the female, the Nakab, supposed to represent the Most High? Think about that for a second. When Christians talk about when Christians or even these camps, I'm just gonna be more general because I'm sick of both. I'm sick of both. Even the individual, who still operates in a camp mindset or even in a Christian mindset. I'm sick of both because you can't fully convey what these things represent if you don't go back to the understanding that these people had. How do you represent the Most High in your life if you are not a spiritual being? How do you outline who he is? You have to operate the same way he does. No Christian would say that the Most High does not operate in the same conditions of his Torah that he gave to mankind. No Christian, if a Christian does say that, they're ignorant. They don't know. They don't understand. And if they still keep saying that even after they've been told this multiple times, then they're willfully ignorant. And so I don't care either way. But just to go back, the man has to represent the Most High. The female has to represent the Most High. How do you do that? And this goes right back to the instructions. This goes right back to the understanding of having the lifestyle of Abraham and Sarah and walking as they walked and doing the things that they did, which was obeying the Most High in their lifestyle. So let's go back. So he said he presented to us what we together should and can do. So it says in Genesis 18 verse 17, this is in the Sefer. It says, and Yahuwah said, shall I hide from Abraham the thing which I do? Genesis 18:18. Seeing that Abraham should surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. Genesis 18 verse 19. For I know him that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall guard the way of Yahuwah to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. What's this got to do with this word? The word is par, which means to be fruitful. Okay. The Most High said to be fruitful and multiply and subdue the earth. So what does he mean by fruitful? The pictograph pei, which is the mouth, is a pictograph of the mouth, and the rosh is a picture of the head. Combined, these mean open the head. The heads of grains are scattered on the threshing floor, a smooth, hard, and level surface, and oxes led around the floor, crushing the heads, opening the grains to reveal the seed inside. Well, what's that got to do with these scriptures? What's that got to do with what the Most High is doing? Okay, going back to the scriptures. Genesis 18:18, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. Verse 19, for I know him that he will command his children, emphasize, okay, what is the ben? What is the bond? When he says children, what is the benim? Okay, that's the word for children in Hebrew. Ben is Beth and Nun. Beth means the house. Nun means the seed. Ben literally means together the house, the house or the house of the seed. When he is talking about to be fruitful and to multiply, what was in Abraham? What was in Abraham? He was going to teach his children the seed that was in him, the seed of the Most High that was planted in him to obey. He had to go through tribulation. He had to go through not having children for so many years. He had to go through lack. He had to go through his wife being taken from him. He had to go through fiery trials. He had to go through all of these things. And after all of that, when he endured, his children was going to learn to endure the exact same thing, to go through trials, to go through tribulation, so that the seed that was in Abraham, which was the Most High, would pass down to his children. And so that when the children go through fiery trials, they would have the seed to replicate and come out through those fiery trials, through the crushing of the heads, through the crushing of their head, their seed would come out. That seed, the seed of the Most High, would come out of them. What does that mean? Okay, again, the Most High was going, the Most High said, for I know him that he will command his children and his household, again, the Benin, his household after him, and they shall guard the way of Yahuwah, to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. So folks, when it comes to our wives, when it comes to how Abraham was treating his wife, Yitzhak saw the exact same thing of how Abraham loved his wife, and he did the exact same thing with Rebekah. Do we not see the exact same thing? Yitzhak had to love his wife the same way Abraham had to love Sarah. When Yitzhak was old and could not see, did he get on his wife just because his wife was running things? No, he appreciated his wife helping him. When the Most High was using Rebekah to do the things that he to do the things of the Most High, Yitzhak did not get on his wife because of the whole tricking aspect. Like, oh, woman, you tricked me. How could you do this? You knew what was going on. No. That's not what happened. He knew that even after what was done, he said the blessing that has been done was of the Most High. I cannot curse your brother. So the whole dynamic of how things were back then was that I ain't got time to talk about these gender roles with you, woman. Man, I ain't got time for this nonsense. We're trying to operate this house, man. We're trying to build this house. We ain't got time for this. We're trying to plant seeds here. And when I plant my seed, I'm going to teach my seed to love his wife the same way I love you. And I want you to understand I want you to be able to teach the loving that the wife has towards her husband, so that the child shouldn't see what they're looking for. My daughter should see that she should love her husband the same way you love me. Because through the fiery trials, my daughter sees that you have stuck with me through thick and thin, and you have not left me. My daughter should see that you have loved me and that you have submitted towards me, so that she can do the exact same thing to her husband when she grows old and she goes into the house of her husband. That's how it should work. But we're too busy in this. We're too busy in Christianity, in this campianity, this camp theology, that we don't see the functions that we possess, and we're not operating in the authority that we possess. As a woman, you do not have the same authority as a man does. The man does not have the same authority as a woman does because he's not a woman. Same thing. You're not a man. You can't do what I do. I can't do what you do. But we build the house together. So it's stupid for us to compete because we don't have the same roles. We don't have the same function. Like my wife said, like my Isha said, there's no competition. Just cooperation. On top of that, again, the seed that the fruitfulness of our house was based on what we do in our house. My child is going to know. My child is not going to grow up and be a sodomite or be a homosexual or start like wearing a man's dress, because he clearly sees I'm a strong man. You ain't doing that. My daughter is not going to start acting like a man because she clearly sees I'm not a man. I'm not a man. Why in the world would I going to do what my ob does? I'm not a man. I'm gonna do what my mom does, what my aunt does, because she's a woman. She's like me. And so again, through fiery trials, through the trials that we go through, that's how, through that threshing floor. Remember the Most High said, when he crushes, when he puts us through that fire, when he puts us through the fire and we come out purified, again, what? We shine brighter. We become as pure gold. The same thing with a threshing floor. That ox is going to have grains that it has to crush, and when that ox crushes the grains, it's going to bring out the seed inside of the grain. What is that? When you look at that, how do you like? This is what I mean. Like, we have to get back to that same understanding. That's why the Most High has to put us through fiery trials. That's why our marriages goes through fiery trials, because Satan hates us coming together as a being. When me and my wife come together as a being, when we understand our functions, when we understand our roles, and we operate and we set up our seed to operate in the same manner, he hates that, because we are operating in the order, the Gabbar of what the Most High had told from the very beginning. So why did the Most High Yah create both the man and the woman? So let's put things back in perspective. Genesis 1:27 tells us multiple things. Both the man and woman together were to reflect the Most High Yah in character. Salam, the image. That's what we were supposed to represent. Man and woman were to be in unity, akkad, with one another, joined by Yah. From the unity, akkad, of the man and woman would produce the seed that would continue the same character of Yah. Come on now. It's that simple. We overcomplicate things because we're here in America, and we get we start smelling ourselves and think we can do bad all by ourselves, and that's not how that works. It's stupid. It's foolishness, and it does not work. It does not work. You're not any less because you're married to your husband, and sadly you can't produce children. You're not any less. Same thing with a man. If you're married to your wife, you're not any less of a man because you cannot produce seed. And the thing is though is that yes, we feel incomplete when those things happen, but we should not feel like, okay, I can't be with this woman anymore because she can't carry my seed. Men do that. And I'm sick of it. I am so sick of it. I'm sick of it because we get rid of our wives because of stupid reasons. Stupid. It don't even make sense. Like, I'm talking about some stupid reasons. And sadly, wives, you just start departing from your husbands because of foolishness. This man teaches better than my husband. This man does this, da 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 da. I'm better than my husband because I know the word more than he does. I'm called to do this work. No, that's not how this works. This is not an Oprah operation to where it's all about Oprah. Now, she's in fornication anyway, but she's like, what kind of relationship is that? She's teaching women, like, as a billionaire, I got this all by myself. I don't need no man. Essentially, that's what she's doing because she's not even in a relationship herself.
Married. She's with the same person.
She's with the same person for years, but they're not married. They're not in covenant.
Yeah. And
it's the same thing with some of these males to where they feel all beside themselves to where I don't need no woman. Like, and it's just dumb. It's I mean,
it's the commitment.
It's the commitment aspect
that's to be celibate.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's like, I want the fornication, but I don't want the I don't want the baggage that comes with it, which you're gonna have to carry. You definitely gonna have to carry. And regardless of how you feel about it, when you sleep with a woman, you're gonna carry some baggage. It's some baggage that you don't want. You're better off being
not done right.
Yeah, because it's not done right. So you're gonna carry something, you're gonna pass it down, and you're gonna just make your life miserable, as well as make the next relationship that you have with somebody miserable. So let's keep going. I'm just over here still talking. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 2, it says, in the Sefer, Yehu Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground and breathed into the nostrils the breath of life, and the man, Adam, became a living soul. Yehu Elohim said, it is not good, H2895, that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yehu Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there was not found a help meet for him. And Yehu Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yehu Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, and the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. So let's start breaking some of these words down. All right. So it says in Bereshit 2:18, Yehu Elohim said, it is not good that man should be alone, and I will make him a help meet for him. All right. So let's look at the word good. So the word is tov, or thov, which means abstractly it means good, but it says the pictograph is tet is a picture of a basket used to contain or surround something. The bet is a picture of a tent or house. Combined, these means surround the house. The house is surrounded by grace, beauty, love, health, and prosperity, something that is functional, something that functions properly. Okay? So when the word is used, it's to be good, such as in being functional. So let's put that word in perspective. It says, so, and Yahuwah said, it is not functional that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. So the passage is literally saying that a man is not functional, or that a man can't function alone. And don't we know that, men? Some of y'all, you know, it be cold nights, and y'all be tossing and turning, and you just got mad with your wife, and you feel like you're just gonna be by yourself, go in a deep dark hole. And guess what? Some people, you know, some of us, and I'm speaking for myself too, you know, when we try to separate from our wife, guess what? We try to take comfort in pornography. We try to take comfort in some other woman. We try to take comfort in some other things, because you're departing from your wife. You're saying, like, you know what? I'm mad at you, or I'm irritated, or this, that, and the third. I don't like you. Da 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 da. I'm all in my feelings. I'm leaving, or you need to leave, or I'm gonna just sleep by myself on the couch. Whatever the case may be.
Can I actually wanted to say something. I do, just as a disclaimer, I do try to be careful with some of the like when we're looking at like the Paleo Hebrew, and like we're seeing things and like we're sharing like, oh, this could mean this, because all of that it could just be, you know, subjective. It might not actually be what the word means. But I was just, as I was looking at this word tob, it made me think of some things. Like, so I guess I'm thinking about this because we're actually trying to start a homestead. And so I've been drawing out designs for a house. And so one of the things that, you know, I put in the designs was like, we've got to have some kind of barrier around the house to, you know, protect us from, you know, wild animals trying to run up on us and things like that. And so when I'm seeing this, like, and I think this is also why it is kind of important to, if you know, the Most High blesses us to be able to do this, to try to go back to living a lifestyle that's similar to what our forefathers lived, because it can help you have more understanding of some of the parables and things like that they're even talking about. But like, you know, this around the house made me think, oh, okay, like a hedge or a fence. You know how it says like where there's no hedge, the possession is spoiled.
Yeah.
So like the idea of like the tob is like that possession, you know, is guarded or it's protected, you know, against something that would come in and spoil it or ruin it.
Right.
And so when it's saying that like a man is not tob, you know, like the house is not surrounded when he's alone, that makes me think about Proverbs 31, where my husband did a study on this one time, and it wasn't recorded. It wasn't on the internet, but it was just a private study he did with like another couple. And we were talking about what the word chayil means in Hebrew, where it says a woman, a virtuous woman. The word is chayil, and it means like a strong wall, you know, or it could also mean like something that could batter against the enemy, you know, to pierce through the enemy, you know, too. Yeah. So it kind of makes me think of like just that idea of like the woman being likened to a strong wall that surrounds the man, you know, and that is something that when they're together, it's functional, you know, because the possession isn't getting spoiled. It's well defended against the enemies, you know. So I think that kind of helps show like that companionship, you know, that purpose. Like there's even a scripture that says a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, you know. Yeah. And if you look at that Hebraically, I think it denotes like protection, you know. Or I think there's also a proverb that says that a righteous woman is a tower against death to her husband, you know. So it's like these concepts about like the woman is you know some in certain contexts, a woman is is a guard, as a defense, as an important defense to the man, you know, and them together as a unit is tobe, you know, is functional. So I think that's pretty cool.
I mean, that's the beauty of all of this, when we actually appreciate our wives for what they, you know, what they do, how they are. Like, I literally work 2 jobs, and when I come home, it kind of bothers me when the house is a mess. I don't get mad at my wife just because the house is a mess. Because
it's not always a mess.
It's not always a mess.
I do a pretty good job.
Okay, yeah.
I work full time too.
Yeah, she works too.
And I go to school.
Yeah, so
I'm busy.
she multitasks better than I do. Because I'm telling you right now, if I told my wife this, it's like if I lost my wife and I still have my child, it's like I am in shambles. And I don't think it would be, I don't even feel comfortable if I were to ever marry again. But I'm just saying, it'd be hard. It will be hard because I can't do what my wife can do. My child is about to turn 2 in the next few months, and she still breastfeeds. I need my wife. I am not going to do this without you. No. And so I see that as much as I can, like, I can be beside myself and say, woman, I don't need you. I pays the bills and I do this and this, that, and the third. But it's like when you realize like everybody's role in this house, you realize how stupid it is to even talk about that you're just gonna leave your wife and stuff like that. Because like it just doesn't make any sense. The Most High still doesn't like need us as far as like for himself. But he uses us because we are able to do things for him. We, like a wife, we are able to operate in ways to help build his throne. We help build the kingdom of the Most High by doing what he says. So if men will understand how much of a wife, in a sense, to the Most High you are, you understand how much you got to treat your own wife. Like, you got to see her as a prized possession that needs to be respected and cherished. And so that's why the scripture talks about, like, it's like when a man comes home, like when I see my wife and stuff like that, you know, she's happy to see me. I'm happy to see her. I'm happy to see my daughter and stuff like that. And we I look past all the other stuff that I've dealt with work. I'm just trying to be with my wife right now. I take comfort in that. It's the same thing I'm sure our forefathers was feeling. They was working day and night as slaves. Oh, I had to lift like 2-ton bricks to this pyramid, man. I had to shine Pharaoh's feet, man. This is annoying. And the wife is coming to him, hugging him, loving on him, and saying, honey, don't worry about that. Stay with me tonight. You're staying with me tonight. Don't worry about all these issues and stuff like that. Come on, let's come together. And it's like, yeah, this is a good night right now. I done forgot all my problems. Forgot all my problems. She done.
That's why we got so many kids now. So.
I know, right, man? He said that's why
women. I remember like this pastor had said that he was all like, you know, there was in Egypt, you know, they were doing all that hard bondage, but boy, when they went home to them Hebrew women,
see, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like we could talk about this stuff. Like, come on, all y'all married couples out there, y'all know that feeling. Like, y'all know what it's like working for the man. No, y'all know what it's like, you know, just working all day, and it's like it feels so different when you finally come home and you're just with your wife, you're with your children. Your children may annoy you, but when it comes to your wife, you know, I had to put that out there. When you're with your wife though, and it's like y'all just have those moments where y'all just cherish one another, there's no other feeling with that. Like it's just crazy. So all right. So who is involved in the marriage process? So let's get down with this. Okay. Bereshit Genesis 2:22. Yah or Hayah, the self-existing, self-sustaining one. It says in Bereshit he brought the woman to the man. All right, so it says Bereshit 2:24, Ab, the father, the strong leader of the house. The strong water or the glue of the household. She's the one that keeps the family together. Adam, the ben or the son, the man, the seed brought up from the house who will grow to build his own house for his seed. Okay, that's why we know that Adam, he said, a man shall leave mother and father, Ab and Am, and cleave unto his Asha, and the two shall become one flesh. Again, the man has to make the dwelling for his wife. Okay, the man is the one who brings the wife into his dwelling. That's why it's so uncomfortable for us as young men, that when we get in situations financially, it sucks because we wind up going back to our what? Parents' house. Some of us. It sucks that we have to do that, because the idea is that as the man, I'm supposed to have a dwelling for myself. Nothing against my parents, but I have a family now. I'm supposed to make that dwelling happen. I'm supposed to be the one who provides the dwelling place for my house. Okay, so we got the Anyasha or the Isha, the daughter or the woman, the fulfillment of the man, as well as his help. Okay, what do I mean by fulfillment? The woman fulfills the purpose of the man. The purpose of the man, or to fulfill the purpose of the man, is to have the house exist. If a man is by himself, you have no house. You have no household if the man is by himself. Now, it's not to say that single women or single men, y'all don't have no purpose and stuff. All y'all need to do is just get married and stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the purpose of the family unit, the purpose of marriage, the purpose of coming together as the man and woman is to have a household. You can't have a household if the wife is not there. You can't have a household if the husband is not there. You need these aspects together. Okay? So let's look at that. So we see, look, like just looking at the picture. That's why I have all these images out here, folks. You got the father, you got the Ab, you got the Am, you got the Ab right here, you got the Am right here, you got the Ben, the son, and you got the daughter right here. Okay? Notice it says, so we now see who is involved in the marriage process and the pattern that came after. The Most High, the Ab right here, presents the daughter. He presented the daughter. So when the Most High, when we see in Bereshit, Genesis chapter 2, we see the Most High, the Ab, the father, presenting his daughter to Adam. He presented the wife of Adam to him. Adam did not, like, it clearly says the Most High brought his wife to him, and he took her, and they came together and became one. They became Akkad. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about as far as a pattern. We are a pattern people. This is why marriages fall apart, because sadly, we sometimes take the patterns of our parents. When we see that there is no when we see that there is a dysfunction in our parents' house, we take on that same dysfunction. When we don't have a function or a pattern to see within our own lives from our own parents, we think that the pattern that they have shown unto us is normal. I said, like, when me and my wife had a conversation about how she was, it literally caused me to cry because my wife saw it as a normal thing, because she did not knew who her father was. But more devastating to me was that she didn't see that as a problem. And it bothered me because I was like, Ain't no way in on the Most High's green earth should be normal. When we got married, her father was not there, her mother was not there, none of her family members was there, but my family members were. And sadly, you know, it was a messed up situation, but she really had nobody like that to where she didn't have her own father present her to me. Like, I didn't come to her father because she didn't have like a father figure like that. That was in her life like that that did this. So we kind of had to backtrack in some things and get some things correct. I had to go through her grandfather, which she didn't have a good relationship with at the time, to kind of ask for to kind of get some things right. So, and we're gonna go through that as I continue, but I'm just trying to show this. Like, so in Genesis chapter 28, verse 1, it says, and Yitzhak called Yaqub and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, you shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take you a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And Al Shaddai bless you and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land wherewith you are a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham. And Yitzhak sent away Yaqub, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rivkah, Yaqub's and Esau's mother. Okay, so what's the pattern here? Yitzhak, the father, the Ab, told Abraham, I'm getting things mixed up, told Yaqub to go to a certain household to get a wife from this household. Okay, so he directed his child to go get a wife from a certain people from a certain area, because he wanted the seed to be from a particular house. And so it is important for the wife and the husband to be from a particular house. That's how our forefathers thought. Now, of course, we understand that there's certain nuances, there's certain exceptions, which we're going to get to on a later teaching. But how our forefathers thought is that this was a generational thing, that you had to be specific in not only your husband, but also in the choosing of your wife. There was a particular pattern. Abraham showed Yitzhak the same particular pattern. He said he's told his servant Eliezer to go get a woman from a particular house. We don't do that. We don't set the standard for where who our daughters should marry or who our sons should marry. We just let them go on willy-nilly, like Greco-Roman in Western thinking. Oh, son, you must go to the well and marry whom you love, whom you fear the butterflies flow into your heart. It's about love. It's about love. Does she make the butterflies flutter in your stomach? Like, is this Sleeping Beauty? Is this like Cinderella? Like, we dancing out here in the forest, and after this one dance, I found the one. Like, is this how things are? Like, seriously? We watch these things, and like this, folks, this stuff is like literally bored into our minds, because it's to educate you to think like a Roman, to think like these Christians, to think like these Greeks, to think like this Western thinking. And that's how we start making all these covenants, and all of a sudden we wonder why our marriages end up in divorce. Because we don't like figure out, like, if if I'm going to go into this woman, what's going to happen with my seed? What's my seed going to become?
Right.
We don't think like this. Like this stuff, it's so infuriating because it's the same issue that I have with these camps. What they come with this camp doctrine of this 12 tribes chart, because again, it's the seed. What are you doing with your seed? It's not just the man, it's the woman too.
And it starts from that relationship between the husband and the wife, you know.
Exactly. It's the same problem that we have. Like, as much as people want to get, as much as these camps want to get on men or women marrying quote unquote Esau or whatever the case may be, I don't care who, these Moabite and all whoever they're part of their little tribe chart or whatever, as much as they get on this, they don't never focus on this whole issue with the fact that all of these people have a different culture. A Mexican has a different culture than a person from our tribe.
You're going off track, baby.
I am going off track, but all of this stuff. Back to the subject. That's why I need my other half. But that's the whole purpose. What I'm showing you this, folks, because again, this is what it's supposed to look like. That's how. This is Abraham right here. This is Yitzhak. This is Rebecca, and this is Sarah if she was living. That's what it's supposed to look like. This is the pattern. You're getting this. Your entire household looks like you, and has you're directing your household to mimic the same pattern. That's why Yitzhak told him, "You're not supposed to get daughters from Canaan."
Can I say something with this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just, of course, want to be on the
I'm
be balanced.
Yeah.
Want to be balanced with this.
Yeah.
Because although we are advocates and promoters of Black love, we are. However, you know, if you are with someone who may not, you know, be of the physical seed of Israel, but they're still righteous, you know, they're keeping the commandments, they love Yahuwah, that's okay, you know. The situation where Isaac was commanding Jacob to marry of his kindred, that did have that it had to do with how, like, the daughters of Canaan, how they carried themselves, how they worshipped. But it did have to do with the bloodline thing too. Like, so that is important. But you know, we want to be balanced with this. It's not it's not an issue.
There's again,
you're in that situation.
Yeah, I do.
And they're keeping the commandments.
I promote our people. I really do promote our people marrying ourselves. I understand. The difference between me and a lot of these camps and stuff like that, I'm not going to tell a person who's quote unquote married to Esau and stuff like that, you need a divorce. That person. Now, at the same time, I understand the purposes of divorce. I understand that there's different situations that calls for it. I understand all of that stuff. My thing is that I do promote our people being with our people for the purposes of building our people,
right?
Preserving the nation under the direction of Yahuwah. Okay, I don't tell people to marry to marry our own people just because. You have to have a reason. You have to have a how do you say it? A directive of what you're doing with your house. Before you get married, you should have a directive. Like, my seed is going to go into this woman because not only am I directing what me and this woman are going to create and produce, but I'm also saying for my children to mimic that same pattern that I have already set up. Okay? And that's the point. It's like, you know, there's a reason why, even though Laban and the household he was a part of, he was still an idolater. Don't get it twisted. even Rebecca was in a household that was full of people that was idolatry. The difference is that Yaqub was directing his house on what they should be doing, and he directed them in obeying Yahuwah, and they followed suit. So the woman also has to submit to what you're doing. If she's not going to submit, that presents a problem. But sadly, what tends to happen is that we don't direct what our seed is going to do. And I'm saying even for ourselves, we don't direct what our house is going to do. We don't see what our house should be like.
And I also wanted to add to that, one of the prime motivators for me to be in subjection to my husband is the fact that I have a daughter. You know, coming from, you know, a family like mine where I was raised by my grandmother, who was very hard. Like she, yeah, my grandmother was an interesting person, and I didn't know my mother, and you know, Satan just really kind of had his hand in my family. My mother died before my grandmother. My grandmother died before her mother. And then finally my great grandmother died, and they were all about, they all died within like a year apart from each other, like back to back. And having the complicated relationship that I had with my grandmother, it was very abusive. I'm just going to be, you know, upfront. My grandmother did the best that she could, but, you know, she was raised in an abusive household. And so she passed that down to me. My mother, you know, wasn't fit to raise us pretty much. She had her issues. And so we were in that situation. And when I look at my daughter, I feel like I'm given a second chance, you know, like when I'm raising her, I feel like I'm kind of raising myself. And it's very important for me to preserve that relationship between me and my daughter. And it's very important to me that my daughter doesn't go through what I went through, right, you know? And so I want her to see what it's like to have a man in the house, to grow up respecting the male figure, grow up trusting, you know, in a man, you know? And so she needs to see that in us, not just like a man and a woman living together, but secretly they hate each other, or like, you know, the woman is still manipulative and usurping authority, but no, like an actual couple that's you know, built on love and that is truly functional. Like, yeah, where I want her to have that, because I've just kind of, the things that me and my husband went through, you know, when we were in the world, the things that we got into was because of this. Yeah. You know, and I don't want that for our daughter. I don't want her to go through the suffering that comes from sin. You know, when you're in sin and you're, you know, walking in these curses, you know,
you pass that down to your children.
Yeah.
And it definitely becomes an issue, because we kind of see this whole generation of men being feminized, and it's because the males are leaving the households. And sadly, they're raised by women who feel like they could do, you know, whatever it is that they have to do, and they cannot present a firm structure like that the same way a male can. And it's the same thing with a father trying to raise a daughter by himself. You just can't. Like, that's not how things work. There's always going to be something missing that you can't really give to your child because of the function that you have. And that's what people got to get back to. Like, we have to see why these things are important for us to have. You can't just go against a male because, you know, you don't like men. You can't go against a woman because you don't like women. You got to get along. You have to get right with the Most High, and you have to get right with with your wife. You have to get right with your husband, because in order for us to have a nation, you have to start with the family. You have to start with marriage. That's how it works. It starts with the individual. It starts with the individual. when the individual is married, it's a strong relationship. That strong relationship develops into a family. That family develops a community. That community develops a tribe. That tribe develops a nation. You cannot do that if your foundation is wrong. If you develop an entire generation of fatherless, motherless, disobedient to one another, disobedient to parents, you don't have no nation. You have dysfunction.
Yep.
All right. So most marriages follow the core patterns in the world. All nations involve a union with a man and woman coming into covenant with one another. Most, if not all, nations involve the parents of both parties together. Each nation has cultural norms that explain the traditions that they do and have. Marriage is no exception. Guys, we all of this is true for the simple fact that Mexicans have a culture, Chinese have a culture, Japanese, Russians, what's the other word? The Bantu tribes, the people in Europe, people in France, people in Rome. All of these people have ways that they marry one another. All of them involve the culture and how they marry one another. Okay? All marriages, and I mean all marriages involve a covenant. A covenant can be conveyed in various means, but they still have a covenant. We do not have, we don't have, there is no exceptions for us. The problem is we don't know what our covenant is. We don't know what our culture is, and we don't involve our parents being in a part of that, being in a part of our marriage life. We do not involve the standard that our forefathers kept. That's why I showed you this pattern, folks. This is exactly how it's supposed to be as far as the pattern. Not like this whole tuxedo and the wedding dress and all that stuff, because we're going to get into that too later on. But all of this stuff, I'm talking about this. Here's the Ab, here's the Am, here's the Ben, here's the Bana, the daughter. Here's the son. We got Adam. This is who we have right here. This is the pattern. The father presents the daughter. The daughter marries the son of another family, and they come together and they form this relationship, and they repeat the exact same thing. The problem is that we don't go back to that cultural understanding, and that's where things fall apart. So the biggest question remains: Are we operating the same way? Everything we have learned has been under the umbrella of Greek, Roman, and Western thought, which is contrary to what Yah told us how to live. Denying Yah in his ways, in his way, has led us to deny ourselves. So we just looking at this image here, it says, "My culture is not your hairstyle," and the hypocrisy and stupidity is that, woman, you got blonde hair, which is not your hair. You want to get mad, like.
And by the way, that's not true. Braids has been in every culture. Like even like dreadlocks. The little Vikings had dreadlocks and stuff like that. That's every culture had braids.
The first Vikings were black, and that's
really
no. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, they be making
they be doing their own thing. But my whole point is, you see the hypocrisy here. Ladies and fellas, the issue is that you can't stop. Exactly. Stop getting mad at Esau and stuff like that, but you operate the same way Esau does. You operate the same way with Esau. What was Esau's issue? Esau was acting like a Canaanite. He was literally acting like a Canaanite because he did not set his house in order like Yaakov did. When Esau had his wives, saw his wives were worshiping Dagon and whatever the Canaanite deities were and all that stuff. Notice what he didn't do. He did not stop them. He participated in the same worship that they were doing. And that's exactly what these camps do. That's exactly what these Christians do. They don't stop the worship of these idols, and that's why the marriages are the exact same way. You marry the exact same way Greeks, Romans, and these Western people do. That's how you marry one another. But it's not the same way the Most High has us to marry one another. It is not the same. It's not. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. We take on the culture of our oppressors, which the Most High tells us not to do. And says, so sadly, what we have done is we have voiced our complaints against nations that have stolen aspects of our culture for themselves, but instead of fully embracing our own, we still maintain a level of their culture as well. So Gabbar 4 verse 1, and this is in a mechanical translation. So this mechanical translation, which is what it's called, it takes every single word and puts it in its proper cultural context. And it puts in some of the filler words as well so that you can understand it better. So it says, and now Yasharal, listen to the customs. I'm going to say this again. Listen to the customs and to the decisions which I am teaching you to do so that you will live and you will come and you will possess the land which Yahuwah, the Elohim of your fathers, is giving to you. Gabbar 7:1, and this is in the Septuagint. And when Yahuwah thy Elohim shall bring you into the land which thou goest to possess it, and shall remove great nations from before you, the Kittite, the Girgashite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, Pharisite, the Jebusite, or the Hivite and the Jebusite, 7 nations more numerous and stronger than you, and Yahuwah thy Elohim shall deliver them into thy hands, then thou shalt smite them, thou shalt utterly destroy them, thou shalt not make a covenant with them, neither shall you pity them, neither shall you contract to all you campianity out there, contract marriages with them. Thou shalt not give thy daughter to his son, and thou shalt not take his daughter to thy son. I'm saying these words because a lot of these camps say that, oh, my camp, my contract, my covenant was verbal, and I just slept with my wife. That's not what that means. That is not what that means. My goodness, that is not what that means. We're gonna get into it. Gabbar 7:4. For he will draw away thy son from me, and he will serve other gods, and Yahuwah will be very angry with you and will soon utterly destroy you. And that's what I mean. Folks, our household has to be directed in the ways of Yahuwah. Going back to Gabbar chapter 4, it says, now Yasharal, listen to the customs. That word there, listen to the customs. That was important. We have to go back to the customs. And I mean in every single thing that includes our marriages. That's why it's important for us to direct our seed into the customs in which we were supposed to follow. You cannot, and I mean you cannot, allow your daughters or your sons to just grow up and just say they can just marry, even if you're saying, oh, don't marry these people, don't marry these people. Okay, that's not the point. When you have your daughter and when you're saying I'm allowing my daughter to marry this individual, and let's say he's GMS, okay? Let's say he's a man from GMS, which I don't know what same person would do that, but like, oh, you know, he's a Hebrew just like me. No. You're not supposed to do that. You doing? Yeah. You're not supposed to do that. That's insane. You're not directing. You're saying just because he's a Hebrew, you can do this. But again, what is the what are you doing with your house? Like, how are you directing your house into seeing that what I teach my daughter, GMS ain't gonna teach? And they're not going to teach. They're going to teach their sons the same way they teach them. Why would I have my daughter be under something like that? That doesn't make any sense. Because they're going to lead my daughter away from the things of the Most High. Because my daughter's going to think that that's normal. Same thing with my son. I'm not going to say, son, why are you married? Like, I'm not going to just allow my son to marry anybody, to marry somebody. If my son is smart, he's going to get counsel from me, because he's going to want to know, is this a good fit? Is this woman a good fit for me? And I'm going to say, like, no, because she's following after like GOCC. No, she's like that woman from IUIC. No, because they don't think the same way. They're not going to follow after the same. It's not the same thing. You need a woman that's going to serve the Most High in ruach and in truth, and that's whom you need. That's whom you need to obey. That's the instructions that they have to obey. So it says, what were the steps of the Abri, or the Hebrew marriages? So it says, first is the man or his parents approach. The man or his parents approach to the parents of the daughter to ask permission to marry. A contract between the families will be discussed on what the bride price would be, as well as how the husband should treat his wife, and vice versa. Fourth, marriage ceremony and the consummation of marriage, which is a big one, and the beginning of the family and the nurturing of the next generation. So I have to say this, say these things multiple times to get it through people's heads, because I need you guys to be like brainwashed in this. The same way we were brainwashed into Christianity, be brainwashed in the truth. The way we operated was, there was assigned marriages. Like, basically, you kind of knew who so and so, whom your daughter or your son was going to marry. Most likely, like, these people kind of had an idea of like, okay, he could be a good suitor, so I'll keep an eye out. And when my daughter gets to marriageable age, we'll see how those things work out. And if my daughter wants to marry this person also, then these things should, we can go on with this process. Same thing with the sons. The sons had the ability to choose whom they wanted to marry, but the parents also had to sign off on that. And kind of like they were very involved. And I'm going to go through some of the Bantu tribes, because the Bantu tribes, which is a lot of the tribes on where we came from, you're going to see the exact same thing. And it's going to baffle you on why these people, it's going to be very, very infuriating to see why anybody would see the 12 tribes try as legitimate, like these people actually follow the ways of our forefathers, because they don't. How? You already... Oh, okay. I mean, you don't have to bread though. Yeah, I had to discuss with my wife, because apparently I was gonna eat the other half of the banana bread. She didn't want me to, so I had to convey that. So anyway, so first step. So we're gonna go through the first step, the introduction of the man to his wife's wife's parents, or the betrothal. So it says, what does betrothal mean, or what is the origin of the word? It literally means betrothal means head, or to inherit. It's the word Rosh. So the pictograph Rosh is a picture of the head of the tribe, chief, or family, father. It's passed from generation to generation. The head grants permission for the betrothal of his daughters and determines the inheritor of the tribe or family, the head of a person. Betrothal is Arash. So Arash is the origin word. Arash means to request or to granting permission to marry, to request a woman for marriage. I'm going to say this for all you ladies that are listening. You will always have a man over you. You will always have a man over you. Your entire family, and Yah forbid, but your entire family could be dead. You will always have a man over you. That man is Mashiach. Or, given the family unit, that man is your Ab, your father. It could be your uncle. It could be your grandfather. You will always have a man over you. So whenever these men that are trying to bypass the head of the family, if they're trying to bypass your family member, they're not trying to get permission from your Ab or your grandfather, your great grandfather, or even your uncle, whoever's the head over your family, then you need to rethink your options. Because that is not what they did. A man had to go through the father, the Ab. He had to go through the man of the house to get permission to marry the daughter. Fornication, which is the issue. When people say, I'm sleeping with someone, do you want to marry me? I want to marry you. You want to marry me? I want to marry you too. Let's sleep together and let's consummate the marriage. That's not what our forefathers did. There was a step to this, and it baffles me because, again, this is what Paul was talking about. Men take away young, foolish women because they are like burning in their lust, and they just captivate them. They just entice them to do foolish things. And this is what happens. Again, you have to, you men out there, young men who are single, need to go through the head. You got to go through the head to get permission to get the daughter. Because that's why women, that's why y'all got to respect the men. Because they if you have a good, I'm talking about a good Ab, I'm talking about one who's going to like kill a man who like tries to like run up on you and stuff like that, who's very protective and loves you and all these things, and he could peep game from men. I'm saying one of those type of men. Like they don't just let their daughters marry somebody willy-nilly. They actually like look at the type of character a man conveys and sees that they're not a good fit. You got to pay attention to that and not go against his counsel, because you're going against the head. You cannot violate the man. You cannot violate where the man stands on something. That your father could be as wicked as all can get, as all can be. He could be all these type of different things. Guess what? He is still head over you. You cannot, when it comes to getting married, you cannot just bypass the man. You can't just do that. David did not bypass, David did not bypass Saul because he was wicked. David was not even trying to marry any of his daughters because he said, you know what, I'm just a lowly individual. What kind of person would I be just to ask for the king's daughter in marriage? So he tried to go for so when Saul presented his first daughter to him, he was happy with that decision. He didn't mind that. But at the same time, he didn't get mad at Saul or he didn't violate the decision that Saul had made when Saul had presented his daughter to somebody else. Again, all of these things, like, we got to look at these things correctly. Saul was still the head, and he had the ability to do these things, even though he was wicked in doing that. But at the same time, David did not take it upon himself to violate said decision that Saul had made. It was wrong, it was wicked, it was evil, but at the same time, it was his decision to make. So it says, Yah brings Kawah, the wife, to meet Adam. So it says, and Elohim formed the rib which he took from Adam into a woman and brought her to Adam. So we see that the Most High is bringing his wife to Adam. He brought her. So the brings his daughter to Adam to marry. Okay, so another example, Abraham being represented by his servant. So it says, Abraham was old, advanced in years, and Yahuwah blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his servant, the elder of his house, who had rule over all his possessions, put thy hand under my thigh, and I will adjure thee by Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shamayim, and Yah of the earth, that thou take not a wife for my son Yitzhak from the daughters of the Canaanites, with whom I dwell in the midst of them. But thou shalt go instead to my country, where I was born, and to my tribe, and thou shalt take from thence a wife for my son Yitzhak. And the servant said to him, shall I carry back thy son to the land whence thou camest forth, if happily the woman should not be willing to return with me to his land? So we see, so just to get to the point, just to, reiterate, this is the introduction of the man to his wife's parents or the betrothal. So the man has to get permission. He has to request. He has to get permission to marry, right? So what Abraham is doing is that he's going to go to his brother, because he knows that his brother had a daughter, and because he knows that his brother had a daughter, and he's like, okay, this is good. This is a good stock. I know them, because I don't want them to marry. I don't want my son to marry any of the daughters of the Canaanites. So I rather have this happen. So I'm going to get my servant to make a covenant with me to represent me, because I'm not going back there, to represent me as the head, to get permission. And so the servant is asking, if the woman says that she doesn't want to go, should I take your son? So clearly we see that you as women, it's not like y'all just slaves and y'all have no say so. You can say, you have a choice in the matter to say, I don't want to marry this man. You do have a choice. Now, even though there was arranged marriages, and that's how mainly those things operated, there were, you as a woman did have a choice in the matter. But at the same time, once what's the word I'm looking for? Once the request was made, once the betrothal was made, the whole presentation was, I'm not going to the woman, I'm going to her father. I'm going to the head of household. The one responsible for taking care of the daughter was either the husband or the uncle or the brother, because those were the heads of the houses at that time. And still to this day, those were the ones responsible. If the brother did not like whom his sister was marrying, he said, no, my sister don't need to marry you. And that's how things could have, that's how things would have been. Like, I can disannul, like I can say, you know what, squash that. I'm the one responsible for my sister, because my father is either dead and I'm the head of the house. No, you don't have permission to marry my sister. I'm not giving you permission to marry my sister. That's how things were operated back then. And we don't understand that because, again, we don't operate that same way. We don't live like that. So it's like a total 180 in our own understanding. But that was the rules based on our forefathers, that there was someone responsible for making sure your virginity, and I just have to keep it plain like this. There was someone who was the head over you to keep your virginity intact, meaning they watched you. They made sure you was not getting too close to any Tom, Dick, and Harry, and you were just going out in the streets and doing stuff like this. They were the ones who made sure you got in your butt in the house and you stayed in the house and you operated to where I know whom you're with, where you're going, and what you're doing. And it was not a controlling thing. It was a matter of you don't need to be out like this. That's not what we do. You operate in our house. You represent our house. So therefore, you have to carry yourself every single day that you walk in and out of my house. That's how things were. So we got to get out of that mindset that like, oh, you know, I don't need a man and da 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 da, and you know, I can function without someone's a male's genitalia ruling things over me. Stop it. Like, that's just stupid. It's ignorant and it's nonsensical. That's not what the Most High did. You operated under a man's rulership. Literally, you literally operated as a man's rulership, because when you was a daughter, guess what? You had a father, you operated under his rulership. And when you get a husband, you operate exactly almost exactly the same way. That's what happened. You literally, it changed almost nothing. You had a closer relationship. Of course, that's with your husband. You're not sleeping with your father. That's, you know, I'm not, of course, that's not what I'm talking about. But the authority did not change. You obeyed your father the same way you obeyed your husband the same way you obeyed your father. You will not talk this way as a woman to your father. You will not do it, because you will get slapped sideways. You know, speaking from us, coming from our black, you know, black families, you already knew you would get slapped sideways, or you would definitely get your behind put in your place because you disrespected your father. It's the exact same way with you disrespecting your husband. I'm not saying, you know, with all of that stuff, but what I'm saying is that the authority was established. You did not disrespect the authority that was over you. You did not disrespect your husband, because you understood he had rulership over you, the same way your father had rulership over you. All right. So it says, let's keep going. And he said, I am the servant of Abraham, and Yahuwah has blessed me. This is verse 35. And my master greatly, and he is exalted, and he has given him sheep and calves and silver and gold, servants and servant maids, camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore one son to my master after he had grown old, and he gave him whatever he had. And my master caused me to swear, saying, thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I sojourn in their land. But thou shalt go to the house of my father and to my tribe, and thou shalt take thence a wife for my son. And I said to my master, happily the woman would not go with me. And he said to me, Yahuwah Elohim, to whom I have been acceptable in his presence, himself shall send out his malach, his angel, with you, and shall prosper thy journey. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my tribe, and of the house of my father. Then shalt thou be clear from my curse, from whensoever thou shalt have come to my tribe, and they shall not give her to you. Then shalt thou be clear of my oath. Right? So Eleazar is asking permission to get Rebecca, and he's discussing the whole situation to see if Rebecca would be given over to them. All right. So another example. So Samson's parents are speaking for him. So this is another example in Shaphatim, or Judges 14:1. And Samson went down to Timnath and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines. And he went up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines, and now take her to me for a wife. And it says in verse 7, and they went down and spoke to the woman, and she was pleasing in the eyes of Samson, right? So we see that Samson had to go to his mother and father. Now, his mother and father, they gave counsel and said, why would you do this? You know, aren't there people of your own tribe, right? So he said, nah, I don't want them. I want this woman. And so they was like, you know what? All right, fine. And so they took, they went with his son to, with their son, and went down and talked to the parents and asked for the hand in marriage, for the woman. So again, all these just like, what's kind of messed up is that these nations do almost the exact same thing. They follow these patterns. They have their own messed up backwoods culture that violates covenants and that violates certain rules. But more often than not, they go after these same principles. If you was of royalty, you went to the parents of another royal family to ask for their hand in marriage, for their daughter's hand in marriage. That's how things operated. It's no different. These people operate the exact same way. But for some reason, people in our today's culture don't do that. So we're going to go through. We're going to go through the second step. It says the contract and the bride price. This is one of the biggest ones that brothers today don't do, and sadly, women today don't do. Is that we do not discuss the contract and we don't discuss the bride price. Ladies, the bride price was not a diamond ring. I'm going to say that again. It is not a diamond ring, and it was not a nose ring. That is not the bride price. It is not earrings. It is not all this, like it is not you getting jewelry and engagement ring and all that stuff. Y'all gonna learn this stuff is not part of our culture. Okay, y'all gonna get it eventually. And some of you men, mainly you men, are gonna get it eventually, because y'all not doing this either. We're the biggest proponents of not doing this. We want to do the deed but not pay the price. So it says Dawood and Shaul discussed the contract. So it says in 1 Samuel 18, verse 17, and Saul said to David, behold, my elder daughter Merab, her will I give thee to wife. Only be thou valiant for me and fight Yahuwah's battles. For Saul said, let not my hand be upon him, but let the hand of the Philistines be upon him. So we see that Saul is trying to set him up. But at the same time, he's telling him, I'm going to give you my daughter if you do this certain contract. So the contract was, you fight this battle. That was the contract. So it says, but it says in verse 18, and Dawood said unto Saul, who am I? And what is my life or my father's family in Yasharal, that I should be son-in-law to the king? But it came to pass at the time when Merab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, that she was given unto Adriel, the Mahulathite, to wife. And Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David, and they told Saul, and the thing pleased him. And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Wherefore Saul said to David, thou shalt this day be my son-in-law in the one of the twain of the two. And Saul commanded his servants, saying, commune with David secretly, and say, behold, the king hath delight in thee, and all his servants love thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And Saul's servants spake those words in the ears of David, and David said, seemeth it to you a light thing to be a king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man and lightly esteemed? And the servants of Saul told him, saying, on this manner spake David. And Saul said, thus shall you say to David, the king desires not any dowry. Okay, that's important. A dowry. A dowry was not a diamond ring. It was not an engagement ring. It was not a nose ring. It was not any of these things. These things had either a dowry was simply what you paid for the price to marry the daughter. It was a contract, and the dowry was part of that contract. The father can say, you owe me 50 cows. I want 50 cattle as the bride price for my daughter, because not only is she a virgin, but because not only is she educated, she knows how to work the house, and she knows how to do business like nobody's business. But she's also a princess. So that created the value of how much the daughter was worth. Because when you took away the daughter from someone's house, you took away a valuable resource. The thing about children was that back in the day, you didn't have food stamps. You didn't have what's another one? You didn't have WIC. You didn't have unemployment. You didn't have Social Security. You had children, and those children was what took care of you, and was the value, in a sense, the value of the work, because they was going to inherit the land. They was going to inherit all these things that you had, and they were the ones, when you got older, they were the ones who took care of you and took care of the land for you. So they presented a valuable resource. It's the same thing with the daughters. When you took away the daughters, you took away a valuable commodity, because she was a servant. In a sense, she took the role of a servant that you did not pay for. And because the father didn't, in a sense, did not pay for the services that, the daughter possessed, you're taking away the services that she did, and that now you have to find somebody else as the father to fill those services. So it's a totally different thinking. It's no different than you buying a servant, in a sense, but she was more valuable. She was greatly valued because of that. So it says in verse 26, and when the servants going back to 1 Samuel 18, verse 25. And Saul said, thus shall you say to David, the king desires not any dowry, but 100 foreskins of the Philistines, to be avenged of the king's enemies. But Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. And when his servants told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law. And the days were not expired. Wherefore David arose and went, and he and his men, and slew the Philistines 200 men. And David brought their foreskins, and they gave them in full tale to the king, that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him Michal, his daughter, to wife. So we see that the dowry, the price that had to be paid, was the killing of these Philistines and 200, basically 100 foreskins of the Philistines. Which is weird, but again, this is back in the day. This is the price that was paid. So this is the monetary value, because it normally the monetary value would have been something else. All right. So Jacob discussing Laban, the price for Rachel. And it says in this is in the Septuagint, and this is Bereshith 29, verse 15. And Laban said to Jacob, surely thou shalt not serve me for nothing, because thou art my brother. Tell me what thy reward is to be. Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. And the eyes of Leah were weak, but Rachel was beautiful in appearance and exceedingly fair in countenance. And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve you 7 years for thy younger daughter Rachel. And Laban said to him, it is better that I should give her to you, and that I should give her to then that I should give her to another man. Dwell with me. And Jacob served for Rachel 7 years, and they were before him as a few days by reason of his loving her. So Jacob was discussing what the price would be. And so based on how much Laban would pay him, all of that money that he will work with for 7 years would be for the price that he will give for Rachel. All right. So that's how much the price was. You got to turn around. Another example, Caleb giving his daughter to wife based on the one who can take this city. So it says in Judges chapter 1, verse 9, it says, and afterwards the children of Yehuda went down to fight with the Canaanite dwelling in the hill country and the south in the plain country. And Yehuda went to the Canaanite who dwelt in Hebron, and Hebron came out against him. And the name of Hebron before was Kiriah, that word. And they smote Sesi and Achaman and Thomai, children of Anak, and they went up thence to the inhabitants of Debir or Debar, but the name of Debar was before that word, Kiriath Sephar, the city of letters. And Caleb said, whosoever shall smite the city of letters and shall first take it, I will give to him Aska, my daughter, to wife. And so, again, this is the discussion. This is the agreement. Basically, if you can take this city, I'll give you my daughter. No price has to be paid. You got to do this work. Kill these people. Take this city. You get this work. So one of the men did it and just had his daughter. So the contract varied in certain conditions. There was various conditions. Even the contract, just to go back, that Yaqub had with Laban, even there was a contract to where he couldn't take any more wives to the wives that he already had. That was another contract, and the contract was based on was based on a verbal agreement, but there was witnesses, Yaqub, Laban, and the stones that they had set up. So based on these stones that we have set up, Laban, you and I have this agreement. You're not going to harm me, and I'm not going to take any more wives. You're not going to come after me. Based on this agreement. If you violate this agreement, I have every right to kill you. If I violate this agreement, you have a right to kill me. That's how agreements work. All right? Because there were always witnesses to the agreements that were made. All the agreements have witnesses, all of them. And that's the problem with a lot of people, because they try to bypass the witnesses because they think, oh, it's just me trying to marry the daughter of so and so, and me and her had a discussion in the dark room, and we decided to lay with each other then because we already made a verbal agreement. That's not how it was. That's not how that works. You have to go to the father, and you had to pay a price for taking her daughter. Okay? You had to pay a price. I don't see why people don't see that. There was always a price to be paid. That's how covenants worked. There was a price. You had to put in some type of work to fulfill a worthy price of how much this daughter was. So let me do this real quick. I'm gonna get out of here. Real quick. Because to kind of give an example, let me go here. Kind of jumping the gun, but I want to go ahead and kind of discuss this again. If anyone has any questions, guys, just ask them in the midst of the feed. Because if you're confused, I don't want you being confused. Please ask your questions if you have. I don't want write them down if you need to. Nope. No. No. Nope. Um. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it. See if it is. See if it's here. Um. There's this. Okay, that's what it was. That's what it was. So I'm jumping the gun here, but I'm trying to give people a better picture of what's going on. So in the Bantu culture, and that's kind of what I'm getting at here. In the Bantu culture, the word that they have is called Labola, and Labola is simply a description. It is the bride price. It is the price that you pay for how much your wife is worth. All right, and so I did this even with my wife. All right, just to get an idea of how much she was actually worth to me. Um, because it kind of gives you an idea of like what our forefathers were doing. That's why I said that like gold, they had gold and sometimes gold was used, but my point being is that there was some type of monetary value or some type of agricultural or if not agricultural, you had livestock that were used to pay the price of how much your wife was worth. So in the Bantu culture, they have a thing called Labola. Labola was simply cattle. Okay, you paid so and so. You paid this many cattle for your wife. So I'm gonna use my wife for example. So when I met my wife had my wife didn't necessarily finish college, but she would have. She's too smart for her own britches. She's too smart for me. I don't know how I got lucky. But anyway, she was she got. I'll just say this: she had a diploma. She was a virgin, and I'm just doing this just to kind of give people an idea. She had no children, none, and so you keep going. Now this is just a thing that these people came up with. She had no boyfriend, never been married. She had a job. Keep going, and she didn't have a car. She didn't own a house. She can cook, and she loves to cook. That's why I need her, because I can cook, but man, I would say I'm not that person who could say I will probably survive as well as she be cooking. I be needing her cooking. This thing I'm like, yeah. I'm gonna be like, yeah, just ignore it. Just ignore that part. No. No. And so, keep going. It says, "Are you planning to be a housewife?" Yeah, she was planning to be a housewife. Did she make more money than me? No. It says, "Are you going to ask for your hair money, the imali, yakanda?" Which I have no idea. Again, this is based on their culture. I have no idea what hair money is. So like, no. Do you drink? No. And so keep going. And it says, "Generate quote. How much is she worth?" So she gets 44 points, which I guess is this is how they rate it. But basically, if I were to budget out, if I had to actually pay her, like pay her father for how much she's worth, she is worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. She's worth 11 cattle. Okay. And based on their monetary value, she comes out to, I think, like close to I want to say $15,000. I want to say it's a little bit more than that, actually. Hold on, let me verify. Let me verify. She's worth. Thank you. Just what is it? Nope. Nope. It's not saying what it is. Hold on. I'll just do this. It's easier this way. Okay. How much are cows worth? Bet. So a cow is worth a cow is worth around $700. All right. If it's a bred heifer, it can cost to around $1,300. All right. So $1,300. So she's worth, and we're talking about breeding cattle. Okay. The highest value breeding cattle, $1,300. My wife is worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 times 1,300 worth $14,000, 14,300. That's how much he's worth. That's like this is what I mean. Can any man explain why? Like, can any of these camps could they explain to me, if you're willing to marry this woman, are you willing to pay this much? I'm just asking. Like, are you truly, if you had to pay this much, would you really think that this is a good thing to divorce your wife after you done paid like 14 cows? And I'm just saying, my wife is like the bare, not even the bare minimum. I shouldn't say that, but this is like a typical, it's like a typical woman who's just a virgin, who has no experience with being with a male. And if you have experience being with a man before, it brings your value down because you're not a virgin. You had a higher value because you was a virgin. So that literally shows you how much you're worth. And if you're a woman of royalty, I think it's like 15 or 16 of these cows, and then like it goes up. So this is what I mean about how much you're worth, women. This is what I mean about how much you're worth. And this is what I say when you have to pay this much, and this goes directly to the father, so that if you were to divorce your wife, the wife has a fallback plan, because all she has to do is just go back to her father's house, and that money that you gave to her father goes to her. And that's for her to live off of. Would I want to divorce my wife after I done paid $14,000? I done paid $14,000 to get my wife. I mean, think about that. And that's why I'm saying, like, men get their wives cheap. Men get their wives cheap. Because as soon as you just say, oh, let's just sleep with each other and let the Most High, be witness, you're getting your wife cheap, because you will. I have yet to see a man be willing to pay this much for his wife. Like, out of these camps, I don't know how much, this much for his wife. And this is exactly what they do in these cultures. Like, you have to get things equal in value to how much your wife is worth. You have to do something equal in value to how much your wife is worth. She is not a servant. So you can't treat her like one because you done paid way more than what a servant costs. They're wise and talking about, I got the divorce papers right here, woman. That's because you don't value your wife the same way. Somebody explain to me explain to me what you could do with $14,000. Explain to me what you can do with $14,000, and then explain to me how much it would suck if somebody took $14,000 away from you and you never got it back. If she was valued as much, you should treat her even greater than that, because she's giving you more out of $14,000 than you can use on whatever product you would get. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just dumb, and we can't operate like this stuff. Like, it's just foolishness, because we have to. Our forefathers had to go through so much just to get their wife that it makes no sense that we treat our wives the same way. That's why it shows you the price that Mashiach had to pay in his own blood. It shows you how much he had to pay just to bring us his wife to be reconciled back unto himself. He literally had to pay with his life just to bring us back unto himself. How much is your life worth? Like that commercial. How much did he have to pay for his car? $15,000. How much did he have to pay for his diamond ring? $20,000. How much is his life? Priceless. I love my life. I love living. But now you're saying I have to give up my life for somebody else. How great of a sacrifice is that? And my wife has to give up her life to submit under the needs and actions or under the direction that I want her to live under. So she in a sense is not in control of the way that she wants to do things. I'm in control of that. And when I go off of the deep end, she has every right to give counsel and to say, hey, I don't think, I'm uncomfortable with where you're going because I don't like that. I paid for this woman. I have no reason to sit here and mess up my investment. Like, that's just stupid. And so that's what we got to get to. So again, I just had to say that just to kind of put things in perspective, folks. I kind of got to put that through the head. So going through the third step, the consummation. So it says, going into the wife to establish the covenant. It says in Genesis chapter 24, verse 65, and said to the servant, who is that man that walks in the plain to meet us? And the servant said, this is my master. And she took her veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all that he had done. And Yitzhak went into the house of his mother and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And she loved her, and he loved her. And Yitzhak was comforted for Sarah, his mother. All right. So it says another example, Jacob going in unto his wife. And it says, Jacob said unto Laban, give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled that I may go into her. So the contract was fulfilled. Okay, it's time for me to get down with my wife because that's mine. She belongs to me now. The idea of the contract plus the consummation is that not only have you bought your wife to where now she dwells with you, but now you're consummating to the marriage. So that way, of course, that's why virginity was important, because that blood that was spilled, established the consummation, the fulfillment of the covenant. Again, going back, the covenant that the Most High made with us, he poured out the blood. He took the blood and poured it out upon not only the covenant and the vessels and the things pertaining to the covenant, but he poured it upon the people. The people had to get the blood sprinkled upon them. Now, of course, in our, you know, we got to get this understanding intact. The blood covenant, as well as the blood that's spilled when you're going into your wife, of course, you know, just speaking about the woman who's a virgin here. That's why it was important for the virginity to be intact. That's why it was important for all these things to be set in order, for the woman to not be going around to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that passed by, because that covenant, that blood that was spilled, signified that you kept your end of the bargain. You did not hide anything from your husband. I am a virgin. You know, we're coming together. My father said that I'm a virgin. I am a virgin. And so you can't speak no evil against me. I can't speak, you know, all of this stuff. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. That blood that was spilled shows that I have been faithful to the covenant that was made, because I kept myself from being with any other man. You are the only one I have ever known. That's why the Most High said, again, his language is a language of love. And he's this is not French speaking. This is the language of the Hebrews. His language is the language of pure, unadulterated love. Ahab. That's what his language is about, because he said, you of all the families have I known. Because that blood that was sprinkled upon the covenant and was sprinkled upon the people, let everybody knew that this is my people. I am in covenant with them, and it will not change. This is an everlasting covenant. The same way with the man and the woman, the same way with Adam in the beginning, it was an everlasting covenant. How is it that all these people have all these complaints about what your husband is doing, what your wife is doing, but when we see the biggest mess up with Adam and with his wife, they do not leave one another. They stay with one another and they love one another, in spite of the fact that they both screwed up. They both messed up. So they stayed with one another and they continued in the same covenant that they made, not only between them, but with the Most High. And they perpetuated that same covenant till death. The same thing with Adam and Sarah. The same thing with Yitzhak and Rebekah. The same way with Jacob and his wife, Leah, Rachel, Bilhah, and Zilpah. Keep that in mind, folks. This is a foundational issue. We got to get our marriages in order. We have to get our marriages in order, because it does affect your relationship with the Most High. Because when the Most High established his order, okay, when he established his order, that's how we were supposed to operate in our marriages, because he's showing that's how he operates with us. So when you violate the order, you're saying that the order that the Most High has created is null and void to you. You're making the order that the Most High has set up, you're making it dysfunctional. And what is dysfunctional, you're saying that it's a good thing for you. That's not how that's backwards. It's illogical. It makes no sense. All right. It says the major problems that we face. So the major problems we face is a lack of action. So just to, I like this quote, and I thought it was funny. Knowing what's right doesn't mean much unless you do what's right. So many of us read the scriptures without doing what it says. Because of the lack of obedience in our actions, we disregard the Torah, the instructions that gives us the understanding of Yah. And that's a prime example of what Christianity is. That's why Christianity, I say, is an abomination. That's why I say it. And regardless of the fact of, like, you know, This is why I have an issue with people who associate themselves with Christians and who know that they're Hebrews, because they should already full well know that Christianity has nothing to do with the Most High. Modern Christianity, or even Christianity in and of itself, is a religion that does not associate itself with the Hebrew culture. It does not do it. Our forefathers were not Christians, and the aspects that they received the understanding under, when it came to their culture and their understanding, was not under the umbrella of Christianity. They were not Romans. They did not think Western thought. They were not Greeks. They were Hebrews. And because they were Hebrews, they thought like a Hebrew. They carried themselves as Hebrews. They married as a Hebrew. And when you marry as a Hebrew, you understand the function of what you're getting into. You understand the function of the covenant. You understand the function of the marriage. You understand what you as the husband are supposed to do. You understand you as the wife are supposed to do. You understand what you are doing when you're trying to build the house. Christianity does not promote this. It never has, and it never will. Why? Because it is clearly used to destroy the very aspects of what the Most High set up. And I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it according to even their own letters, according to the Bantu tribes. The Bantu tribes, these people were followed after the ways of the Most High. They followed this exact same pattern, and Christianity took away all of that stuff. The same thing with these camps. They take away all of that stuff because they're under the umbrella of Rome. And that's just the truth. They don't operate like this. They don't have a man pay a dowry. They don't have a man, and I'm not getting on any brothers that that haven't done this, because even when when I married my wife, I didn't pay a dowry for my wife until like sometime later, when I had got in contact with her grandfather, and I discussed to him the cultural significance of me paying the dowry. Like, I needed to purchase her from him, because even though they may not have a good relationship, he was still the head of the house at the time, because her father was nowhere to be seen. We don't know where he is. And so I had to pay the price for her. So I'm not saying for men to like all of a sudden turn around to do this and stuff like that, because at the same time, this is something that's new for us. We don't know the culture, and I'm not condemning anybody for doing like not having this, not having knowledge of this and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is that this culture is backwards to what we're used to. We're used to giving a woman an engagement ring, which is not part of our culture. We're used to giving woman a diamond ring, which is not a part of our culture. We're used to having the white wedding and the tuxedo and stuff like this, and all that stuff. It's not a part of our culture. It's not. That's not how these things work. So let me see. Okay, that's going into the next part. So I'm gonna get off of this real quick, and I'm gonna just go through this this article because I'm gonna go through all these different subject matters to tackle into in different parts, just to break these things down. But this is just an introductory process, and the next time I'm hoping that a lot of you married couples out there, whether you've been married 10, 15, 20 years and stuff like that, or it could just even be a short time. It don't matter. But kind of this, I really want you guys as married couples, husband and wife, to come together to kind of discuss this, like what it is like in your early marriages when you like face problems and stuff like that. Discuss it, like talk about it. Have the freedom to talk about these things, because what we got to do is that we have to figure out what are we missing. What are we missing? The fact that we can talk about we're Hebrews all day, But if we don't understand the same things that they knew, it doesn't mean anything. Like I don't look at I look at people who talk about that they know or that they speak Hebrew. I still look at them like side eye, like what do you mean by you know the Hebrew? Because when you know the Hebrew, is more than just knowing the language. You got to understand the culture behind the language. And you got to be able to break that down. Like why do they think the way that they think? What does that actually mean? If I'm a single male and I'm trying to have a wife, what exactly am I looking for as far as the qualities of a wife according to the Hebrew understanding? And me as a woman, what am I looking for as far as what am I looking at as far as a husband? What are the expectations? What are these things that I'm supposed to be looking at? So again, this is always just an introductory process, okay? Just to get an idea. That's why I had to focus more on the words, the concepts, and all that stuff, rather than the scriptures themselves. Because if you don't understand these things, you're not going to understand what is being conveyed. You're not going to understand the marriage covenant. You're not going to understand the Most High when he said, I'm married unto you. When he says that, what does that actually mean? Christians take it all the way off because, again, they don't know what marriage means. It's not the way you think according to your understanding. You got to go back to the Hebrew. So when we talk about we as Hebrews, we're the people that he made a covenant with. That's exactly what that means. So that whole spiritual Israel, the Gentiles are married to it, are married to the Most High. No, it's not. Gentile nations are married to the Most High. No, that's not what that means. Now, a Gentile individual can take hold of the covenant, but Gentile nations as a whole don't do that. You're not taking hold of the Most High. Like that's not what that means. That's the only nation he's ever married. He's only married to is one nation, one, and that's Yasharal, all 12 tribes. That's the nation he is married to. And you can't expand that any further because this one nation that's built of 12 tribes represents the whole of the entire nation that he made a covenant with. That's who he married. That's the only people he's had a covenant with as a nation. So this is an article. This is the last thing I'm kind of just to give people an idea of why I'm so adamant against the Christian understanding and against the things that they do. This is why I don't support Christianity, because a lot of the things that I've learned, I don't even support like anything that looks like Christianity because of a lot of things that it makes me side eye a little bit because it's just backwards. It's wrong. It's weird, and it's totally against our culture. It really is. So it says serious breakdown in Bantu marriage customs. So it says this article is like, I don't know how many years old it is. It's pretty old. Trying to, I guess, get to the bottom of it because I believe it says the year. This article was like possibly oh, my bad. Like possibly 18, I want to say. How old was this? Like he's really old. Yeah, 1892 to 1974. So it's really fairly old. Very old. It says so just to get to the beginning. Hopefully y'all can see this. Let me see. I'll just probably bring it up a little bit. All right. It says under the Bantu, just starting right here, under the Bantu tribal conditions, marriage was clearly recognized institution. Some tribes, such as Zulu, allowed a peculiar form of premarital sexual intercourse, and others, such as the Basuto, frowned on all form of intercourse, although a good deal took place. No tribe recognized illicit unions or allowed a man to live with a woman to whom he was not married. So what they're saying is that people did engage back then. People still did engage, just like the law says in Gabbar chapter 24. There were, or just like it says in the law, men enticed women, and they engaged in fornication. So that wasn't that it was frowned upon, and that's why the Torah taught that you were supposed to marry that woman because of what you did. At the same time, it clearly shows that stuff, fornication and stuff like that, was still going on. But what they did not do is that they did not allow a woman to just live with a man if they were not married. You couldn't do that. So we keep going. It says the institution of marriage was generally regarded as essential for the legitimate living together of a man and a woman and the formation of a common household. All right. It says the institution of marriage was generally regarded as essential for the legitimate living together of a man and woman and the formation of a common household, and for the legitimate procreation of children. Okay? The essentials of the marriage were, in the first case, agreement between the parents of the man and girl. In many tribes, the agreement, consent, or wishes of the couple themselves were quite immaterial, and the marriage was arranged by the parents concerned, usually with, but often without, any reference to the preferences of their children. So what it's saying here is that sometimes there was an agreement that was made through a contract, and usually it was without consent of the children. So usually the daughters would grow up and they probably did not know who their husband was. And all of a sudden they would know that, hey, now you're at the marriageable age. This is whom you're going to marry. And so the thing is that not many, I'm not going to give a fraction or anything like that. But this is a culture that you're brought up in. This is not one of those things, I want to choose my love. Like, this is not Aladdin. Like, this is not Aladdin where the princess is saying, I don't want to marry this prince. I want to marry whom I love. No. Like, that's not how that worked. How it worked was, if the father said, here is Prince Abdul, so and so, this is whom you're going to marry, that's who you marry. It really is. It really was just like that. It's the same thing when you're looking at Hadassah, Esther, whom they call Esther. When you look at Hadassah, all the virgins of different provinces had to be brought to the king, and the king picked whom he liked. And he had all these concubines and all of this stuff, but he liked Hadassah the most. And he put a crown on her head. But she wasn't the only wife. Now, at the same time, she did not like her husband. But that was still her husband. She didn't like him, but she respected him and obeyed him. She respected his authority. So I think that it's we don't fully understand a lot of these things because we're brought up in this culture. But you got to understand, women back then not like today, were very submissive to the point to where you would think that it's not normal. Women were submissive to the point to where if a man just showed up with his parents and asked for your hand in marriage, it wasn't about feelings per se. It was more so about the union of what this is going to do as a whole for my family. That's how they pictured things. So if you as a woman had a wealthy family and there was a family that came out of the blue that you did not know, and you looked at the son and you didn't even know him, you don't even know his name, and you see your parents discussing about their son marrying you, the mindset was you learned to love your husband. You started getting an idea of what he liked and what he disliked. And you started operating under the authority that, like, you respected him as the man, and you started, okay, he doesn't like certain foods, so I'm not going to cook that. I'm going to cook, the things that he likes. Or, he wants me to to operate like with the clothes and stuff like that, and to make sure we have clothes, and to make sure that the garden is good and stuff like that. And okay, I'm gonna do that. And the husband had his operation, had his job. He had to make sure he took care of the wife. He had to make sure he provided for the wife. He had to make sure he got the resources available for his wife. It was a dynamic to where you worked together, and that's how you formulated your marriage, because it was learning one another and understanding your roles, and you respected your role and you respected his role. That's kind of how things were. And it's hard to explain because how backwards things are, but women did not think of themselves like it's about my feelings, it's about what I want to do. That's Western Roman Greek mindset. You more so thought about how things were going to affect your family as a whole. That's why divorce was not very common in these type of cultures, because you couldn't operate by yourself like this. And you had no reason to. You learned, if your husband was clearly not abusive and he was clearly a good man and he provided, he did everything was right, you had no reason to go against him. Literally no reason. You had no reason to cheat on him. You had no reason to do wrong by him. You had no reason to disrespect him, put your hands on him. You had no reason to do this. So it made no sense. We look at men who provide for their wives and stuff like that. Like, women look at men who do right by them. We look at them as weak. That's how backwards this culture is teaching us. Women want weak men because they want to be the mother over their husbands, and it's so wrong and it's stupid. But that's what I'm getting at with these Bantu cultures, because they don't think like that. That's why it presents such a problem, because that's what we got to get back to. Literally, that's what we have to get back to. So let me I gotta stop talking. Let me get back to this. It says, let me get this. Okay, so it says, it says, of recent years, however, greater emphasis has been placed on the personal wishes of the couple concerned. In the majority of cases, negotiations between the parents take place only at the instigation of one or other of the couple. Failing a father's negotiations would take place between the elder male relatives of the families. So the elders or the male figures would talk among the elders about the agreements among the families. So it was so family oriented that like everybody knew so and so was married to so and so's family, because it was that family oriented. Like you had the elders, you had people operating under a tribalistic mindset, not under the mindset of the individual, but it was based on a national mindset. You operated based on the conditions of where the tribe was going, where the nation was going. If your father, who was the head of the tribe, was trying to go in a particular direction, you as the daughter was not going to go against your father. You can dislike his decision all day, but it was not your choice to make. It was his choice to make. The second essential, oops, went too far. Sorry. The second essential was the provision of cattle, commonly known as lobola or bahadi, supplied by the groom's family to the brides. In most tribes, the amount of the cattle and other stock to the provided was fixed at a constant figure. But in the case of wealthy or important families, a higher amount than the usual might be demanded or given. In the case of a poor family, although the usual amount will be agreed upon, the full payment of this amount will not be attempted or insisted upon. Several mission organizations, this is what I mean, okay? Going back to Christianity, look at what they're doing. Look at what these Bantu tribes are doing. Can we clearly see that this is what was happening in the scriptures? Yes, we can. So these mission organizations, when these Christian missionaries got here, okay, attempted to prevent this custom, as they erroneously regarded the exchange of cattle as reflecting purchase and sale of the girl. You know why Christianity wants you to get away from going back to the Hebrew culture? Because they fully know where this stuff actually comes from. They know that Bantu tribes, African tribes, okay, actually do this exact same thing. They want you to get away from this stuff because they know it goes right back to Hebrew customs, and they cannot stand the Hebrew. That's why they love Paul. They love the New Testament, mainly because, I'm not knocking the New Testament, but it's mainly because they stick with Greek. They love Greek. They love Roman. They love that. But they don't want to go back to how things operated under a Hebrew custom. And this is exactly the point. They attempted to take away these people's customs. Why would they do that when that has nothing to do with Christianity? Why did they do that with us? Why did they say it's a problem for us to go back to our customs? Because they know what this stuff means. That's what they were trying to do. So it says, continue on. So deeply embedded is this custom, however, that this prohibition has met with little success. Okay, got to go back up. All right, has met with little success and adherence of the church concerned resort to various stratagems to circumvent it. So, for example, the man's parents provide the bride's parents with a sum of money sufficient to purchase the prerequisite number of cattle, or the man's family drives the cattle into the bride's place under cover of darkness. So these people, our forefathers were going against us so much that they literally were like, under the cover of darkness, I'm going to pay the bride price, or I'm going to at least pay the money that's worth it, right? Notice that they didn't give their brides a ring or an engagement ring. Why didn't they do that? Because that was not the value. The value was, I got to give these cattle, or this price that's worth the cattle to my father-in-law. I have to give that money to him. So it says the reciprocal obligation of the bride's family is to provide the marriage feast and to provide the bride with her trousseau, blankets, pots, pans, and other household goods. The bride's brother is also expected to assist with the education, initiation, and possibly even marriage of her children. And we see that too with Laban. We see that too, that Rebecca's brother helped her son marry his daughter. So again, all of this stuff you can see in the Bantu tribes. In a lot of cases, some of them don't do it anymore because of Christianity and because of the colonialism that's affected the traditions. But even now, they're trying to take away the lobola that they do, the bride price, because they see it as, oh, you're prostituting your daughter, which is not what they're doing. Like they understand what it is, but because Western Roman, thinking doesn't work that way, they're trying to erase all of that stuff. So you would not think that when we read stuff in the scriptures that these Bantu tribes would still be doing that today, and yet we see that they still do. So the third essential is a public ceremony at which the marriage is formally and publicly solemnized among all southern Bantu tribes. This is held at the bride's village. The lobola cattle, or as many of them as have been paid, are paraded. The bride's people provide a special beast which is ritually slaughtered, and the bride and the bridegroom are formally joined together by some rite, such as washing their hands with the bile of the slaughtered beast. Not saying our forefathers did something like that. I don't know what some of this is, but some of this stuff is true. That basically they had feastings, they had a party, a celebration going on. They did slaughter cattle. I'm sure of that. But it was a parade thing. It was a huge celebration. That's what we see with Laban when it came to Yaqub. They threw a huge celebration for the marriage that was taking place. So it says there are both parties joined in feasting and celebration. It says owing to the shortage of cattle and growing poverty of the people, various modifications occur in tribal life, and in very many cases the couple are allowed to live together and are regarded as man and wife before the full amount of the cattle has been paid and before the actual wedding ceremony takes place. So going back to what we see in the case of Joseph and Mary, right? What we see in the case of Joseph and Mary, Mary did not consummate the marriage with with Joseph, but they were still living together. We know that they were still living together because it tells you that they were in the same household. But she said, I had not known a man, but she was still living with him. And it's the same thing here. In certain cases, they did do that to where they was able to live together, but they didn't have that marriage ceremony, or they didn't consummate the marriage. So you have that. We see here, right here, it says, but in such cases, agreement between the parents is essential, and payment of some part of the lobola cattle will usually be required. The girl is also publicly received by her husband's people by a small rite, which publicly indicates that she is accepted as a daughter-in-law. Should a man take an unmarried girl to live with him without her parents' consent, he will be liable to be sued for abduction or seduction. What do we see in the law? This is what I mean. Like, guys, this is why the camps in Christianity are both under the Roman umbrella to take away the understanding of our forefathers and to get us away from the cultural lifestyle that they lived. We literally see this in the Bantu tribes in real time. These people wrote about this, and Christianity was playing a role in trying to destroy the cultural significance of their lifestyle. Camp Christianity is the exact same thing. They do the exact same thing because they don't tell people this. If you try to take a man's daughter without permission, you abducted her, you kidnapped a man's daughter, and you are liable to be sued. And sadly, we got women who think that, oh, but I love him, I want to be with him. The father said no. And guess what? The hormones get a raging, and they just come together and like, we just did the deed and now we're married. Let's run away into the sunlight, into the sunset together. Woo! Again, seduction. Going back to the Torah, what was the thing that was going on? If the man enticed a maid and slept with her, and she was not married to anyone, she was not betrothed to anyone, what happened is that you had to pay the price anyway. And you could not divorce her if the man went ahead and gave permission for you to just go ahead and be the husband for his daughter, even though that was not his original plan. Or he just made you give the price for her anyway. And she would therefore be given to another man, but at least you'll be taken care of, because the virgin aspect, the bride price would be significantly lower because you taken her virginity. You messed it up. I'm just saying, we got to know this. Binding contract. So in tribal life, marriage was a serious and binding contract, both between the man and his wife and between their respective families. If difficulties occur between the man and his wife, their parents and other senior kinsfolk were expected to try and smooth the difficulties out and bring pressure to bear on them to live at peace with each other. It was only in extreme cases that divorce was allowed. Going back to the Torah that was spoken when Mashiach was talking about the reason why divorce even came into being is because of the hardness of your hearts. But in the beginning, it was not so. Again, our forefathers had the understanding, but when we came here on this rock and all the other places we were scattered into, we lost that understanding. That's why divorce is more common. That's why difficulties in marriages occur. And when we try to come to people, for counsel, the first individuals we usually try to go to is our parents. But if that does not work, we go to Gentiles. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we go to Gentiles. Now, if you don't go to Gentiles, of course, that's different. But we get a lot of our marital advice from Gentiles. We get a lot of our marital advice from Gentiles. And I'm not even saying that you're going into a counseling session per se. I'm saying from movies, from television, from ever since you were young, you're getting marital advice from Gentiles. They start with you young. That's why you're watching Disney. That's why you're watching all of these different movies. That's why you're watching soap operas. That's why you're watching Lifetime movies for women, where they show the women constantly like killing their husbands because they did them wrong. or they're divorcing their husbands and finding a better man, or like when you watch the Medea movies, what do they show? They show the worst aspects of women, and they show like the vindicative character of women going against their husbands and finding a better man that's going to treat them right. They show the worst of us as black men slapping our women, abusing our women, and we think that's exactly what we do. We think that we as a community as a whole just do stuff like this and it's normal. We don't have no elders in the community to get communication to. Hey, elder, I don't know. Okay, TD Jake the Snake is a prime example of TD Jake the Snake is a prime example of an older gentleman that will be great in our community if he actually was doing things right. If he was actually doing things right. He's a prime example because he's still married to his wife, his first wife, and he's brought up children, right? And he's brought up children under his subjection, right? But because he's promoting wickedness, that's why he's not a good elder. But who do we have? We have all these elders in GMS and IUIC and GOCC and all these other camps. But again, they don't even have no understanding of marriage themselves. And they don't even understand the role of a woman themselves. They don't understand the role that they're supposed to have themselves. You got some quote unquote elders who have like multiple women, or you have some elders who've been divorced like 3 times and are not with the same woman. Yet they're still called elders. So it says both, let's keep going. It says both parties were extremely, both parties were extremely reluctant to permit divorce, as this might mean either that the man's family would lose all rights over any children of the marriage, or if they insisted on keeping the children, they would not be able to get the Lobola cattle back. Conversely, the wife's family stood to lose the Lobola cattle, which they might have to refund if the wife was in the wrong. The only recognized ground for divorce was clear: deep-heated personal antipathy between the man and his wife, an antipathy which often manifested itself in accusations of sorcery. Adultery on the part of the man was not considered an offense to which the wife could take exception, but the husband could punish his wife's adultery by beating her. Now, am I saying this right? This is right? No. I'm saying that this is dead wrong. I'm saying that this is why we needed the Torah, because it kept things balanced. If you as the man committed adultery against your wife, you was not walking around swiping left like, lady, please, you better follow my instructions. I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm a man. I can do whatever I want to do. No. Your wife had every right to call her father and to call her brothers and to set you in order. Hey, get my kinsfolk, because my husband is acting up. And the cousins will show up, either shoot your behind, kill you, or they will beat the living daylights out of you until you got yourself back in order. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Think about it. When you look at how these people operated, okay, when the son of Shechem had did what he did to Dinah, the man was honorable in the fact that he wanted to at least marry the daughter, even though he raped her. The brothers of Dinah, all 12 tribes, all the brothers They was like, no, all of them gotta die. We gonna kill these people. So think about it. If you honestly thought that, like, I'm gonna use Gabbar as an example, because it's better if I use him, because you know, it's just better that way. If Gabbar knew that his wife had kinsfolk that are very protective of their sister, and that if he so much as had her tweaking sideways, and she was not normally tweaking that way, right? And she told her brothers what was going on in the whole situation. Do you really think that Gabbar would actually, like, if he knew that she had brothers that would kill him? Do you really think he would do what he would do? No. Why would he do that? And this is the issue, is that we don't have those family ties to where we get the men are scared straight, because they understand that if I abuse my wife, if I disrespect my wife, I know that the father, as well as the brothers, as well as any of our family members, will come out and kill me if I start acting sideways. I'm just saying, these people now, and that's why I'm using this article, because not everything that they had was right, but a lot of the things that they had, they was on point with the scriptures, and it shows that these people, they understood the marriage, but at the same time they had things wrong, because they allowed the man to just be allowed to do whatever he wanted to do, and that's not how the Most High wanted things to be. So it says a measure of the strength of the marriage ties and of its nature as a bond between the two families is given by two widespread customs, generally known as the sororate and the levirate customs. The woman's family was expected to provide a man and his family with a good housewife and with a fertile woman who would be able to bear him children. Should she die soon after marriage, leaving no issue, her people were expected to provide her younger sister or a niece as a substitute wife without further lobola payment. Should she die fairly young, and after having produced children, her sister would take her place, and lobola of half the usual amount would be paid by her husband. So let's look at these two words real quick. So it says sororate and levirate customs. What does that even mean? Okay, so let's look at that. All right, sororate definition says the marriage of one man to two or more sisters, usually successively, and after the first wife has been found to be barren, or after, I can't read the rest of that. Sororate custom or law decreeing that a widower should, or in rare cases, must marry his deceased wife's sister. The sororate often co-occurs with the levirate, or marriage of a widow to her deceased husband's brother. Sororate marriage is a type of marriage in which a husband engages in marriage or sexual relations with his sister of his wife, usually after the death of his wife, or if his wife has proven infertile. The opposite is levirate marriage. Levirate marriage. So you have these two things here. So they believed that basically, if my wife died, God forbid, if my wife died, I would have to, if possible, I would marry her sister, or at least the niece, to that effect, to where I will be able to produce children. Or you have the situation with Sarah, to where she said, okay, I'm going to bring somebody else in this relationship only because I'm barren. So therefore, I'm making this condition because I'm barren and I can't give you seed. I'm having someone else that is that is fertile, a young woman, a young virgin, that you can give seed through her, and that it will be my child. Again, we don't talk about this stuff. This stuff actually existed among the Bantu tribes, and some of it still exists today, but this is what they were doing. So we're going to look at the other one, because it said it was talking about the opposite, which is Levite marriage. So what's that meaning? It says a custom of the ancient Hebrews. What? A custom of the ancient Hebrews and other peoples by which a man may be obliged to marry his brother's widow. Huh. Interesting. So why are they doing this? And why are Christians telling them not to do this? Just a thought. Just a thought. It says the levirate custom means that that should the husband die, the woman is not regarded as being free to marry again, but has to continue to live with her husband's people, and if she is still young, be accessible to her husband's younger brothers, by whom she would bear children in her husband's name. And this is what this, again, when we read Ruth, to you Christians, when we read Ruth, that's what's happening. Like it's not so hard. It is not hard. That's why she stayed with Naomi. And not only did she stay with Naomi, but that's why when Naomi told them to go away from her, she was saying, can I bear you children? I can't bear any more sons. Even if I could, would you remain till he was old enough to marry you? On top of that, why was Boaz in the picture? Because Boaz was supposedly next in line, and he was supposed to produce children to the deceased. Again, these people were already doing this. Something to think about. Both these customs are, however, breaking down in the rural areas. The first one is not being observed as the woman's people are reluctant to provide a second wife without further compensation. To guard against such potential reluctance, some families withhold the full payment of lobola until one or more children have been born of the marriage. The second custom is breaking down mainly because a woman does not wish to be attached to a family and be forced to live with brothers-in-law whom she may not like particularly. Of course, you have that option too. She prefers instead to live alone or to find a lover or new husband of her own choice. Another reason for the breaking down is that the native areas are becoming so poverty-stricken that the maintenance of a widow and possibly her children is a burden that many men are not anxious to shirk. So there's a lot of background things going on. There's a lot of problems with all of this, and it's mainly because of what this world is doing. Like, it's literally trying to change the customs of the Most High through various means, poverty, religion. Because once Christianity comes into play, like I said, they take this stuff away. Even the people that live in these areas of the Bantu tribes, when they talk about Christianity, I don't know where these people get it from, but Christianity is not in a good light to people who are trying to hold on to their customs. It's not in a good light. So try to finish this up. I'll just say, I'll just finish this little part up. It says in many parts of South Africa, it says the old native type of marriage, commonly known as native customary union, is still recognized and is and in national legal provision has been made for the registration of such union. There are now two other forms of marriage, religious and civil religious marriages. Are those where the parties are married in a church to which one or other of the parties belong. Those churches that have been recognized by the government have officially appointed marriage officers. The marriages solemnized by such officers are legally valid, are registered, and can only be dissolved by judicial decree of a competent court. Where the marriage ceremony is performed by a priest who is not recognized as a marriage officer, whether he belongs to a recognized church or not, such marriage is not legally valid. So I'm gonna finish it up with that. So folks, I know I was like pretty long with this whole thing, but I kind of just, I don't know, man. I just had to hammer this thing down. I had to hammer it down. Mainly because these things are very, very important for us to understand, and it is far beyond what we are able to know. Our marriage with the Most High, our marriage to our wives, the wives' marriage to their husbands, it is deeper than what we know. It is a surface level. You are at a surface level if you just see your wife as a slave and you're the master. It is a surface level if you feel as if that you can hold the divorce papers over your wife and think that you have a leg up over her because you're the man and you could just do whatever you want to do. Same thing with a woman. You are at surface level, regardless of your education, regardless of how much of a businesswoman you are still at a surface level if you don't see the value of your husband and him being the head over you. I'm showing these Bantu tribes because at least they have the decency in a lot of their understanding to know what the value is with their husband. A lot of women in these cultures submitted to their husbands. A lot of men saw the value of their wife because they had to pay for the dowry. It cost too much for me to divorce my wife. But we don't have that same understanding. So, yeah, this was much longer than anticipated, but I'm glad again, this is just the introduction. I got some other topics. That's why I was trying to make this into a series, because I knew it was probably going to be long. But that's why I kind of had to get, we have to have a deep understanding of this culture. So with that, I'm gonna give it back to Gabbar if you want to close us out, or if he had any comments or anything.
Yeah, man. So that was a lot of information, man, that you brought out. And that was a lot. I wasn't ready for all of that, and so it was definitely needed, man. And you actually did me a favor because you helped clear up some stuff about my lesson on the Ezer Connecto. Because it's a lot of stuff it did cause some controversy, and I'm having to clear up some matters now because of it. So I'm glad that you brought that out. I'm glad that you brought this information that you did, because you're right. Oftentimes we will look into language and we don't understand cultural aspects of what the language is conveying. and we need to understand that going forward. And I believe that's what I was trying to do in my lesson. I'm like, hey, I didn't use the term culture, but I'm like, it's gotta harmonize with what the rest of the precepts are saying, because the prophets, the apostles, and so on and so forth, they didn't write anything contrary to what the culture was. They didn't command or suggest anything that was contrary to what the culture was. So we just need to, like you said, recognize the pattern and go with that, and not try to remix anything or do a superimposing of anything onto the text just because we see one thing and we're like, oh, and then we just kind of run with it. That's a very dangerous thing. We need to hold on. There's clearly a pattern, and we know the Most High, that's how he works. He does things once, he says it yea twice, yet man still doesn't perceive it.
Jasmine Fly, your question, you can only request a bride price for a virgin. No. They see, Gabbar was supposed to be on top of this. No, you the bride price would be lower. There would be a bride price, but it would be lower. And the only reason why is because a bride, a woman that was a virgin was seen as a commodity, was because there wasn't necessarily the extra baggage, because we kind of know, even in our carnal understanding, that if you slept with multiple men, you carried, in a sense, baggage. You carried, like, you in the Hebrew culture, you literally was like, it's in some cases that was very frowned upon. In a lot of cases that was frowned upon. And so when you married somebody, when you look at Hosea paid a bride price for his wife, and she was a wife of whoredoms. That's literally what it says, that she was a wife of whoredoms. He still paid a bride price for her, though. So, like, I want to clear that up. There was a bride price paid for even a woman who was not a virgin. So don't, still make sure your husband, for all the women that are single, no, just because, in the midst of your ignorance or whatever the case may be, or even if you were married before, don't think that like the man can still get away because, of just doing anything. No, there's still a price to be paid. Every single time you got a wife, there was still a price. Because you have value regardless. So there's that. I think somebody else had I'm trying to see in the comments.
Yeah, I mean, these comments were made a while ago, but the reason why I didn't bring any of them up, because you had your PowerPoint going, and I didn't want it to be veered off track by any of the questions. I mean, and I know this person, I'm Ayaban. They was asking, can you use all the meanings of a word to convey what you mean? But I think you had did that whenever you were going over certain Hebrew terms, and so it looks like that's pretty much it. We had a heckler in the chat, but but that was it though. So great information, man. Great information. It was, like I said, it's definitely needed, because again, we are so far removed from our culture and heritage that we are still trying to apply our own presupposition to what the text is saying, and then it's like, no, it just don't work that way. It just don't work that way. Like we do got to understand language and culture and how they harmonize together. So where we just see one word and how it's used in a place, it's like, again, what is the pattern though? Like what is the pattern of what we see concerning marriage? And for me, I'm big on marriage. I'm big on it. I'm real big on it. So much to where I'll tell people like, hey, your marriage is more important than your brotherhood. Your marriage is more important than a sisterhood. The marriage is at the top of them both.
Right.
And we got to recognize that. You know, I think a lot of us are kind of getting away from how important a marriage really is. And so, and again, I'm not a counselor. I'm just telling you that, hey, we got to get back to this. So let's help one another to get back to this. So that way we can establish our marriages, because that's how we build a nation. You know, the
Right.
brotherhood and the sisterhood are just extra incentives on how we stay together. But it starts with a marriage first.
Yeah. I mean, um, I think that it's like a lot of us want to get into the kingdom, but a lot of us don't want to put in the work. And that's how I got into this whole marriage topic, because I thought, like, it literally is the same thing. A lot of us want to have that relationship, but we don't want to put in that work to maintain it. I can't you know, I love my wife and I love having children, but it's more than just going into my wife and bearing children. You know, you got to set up that family unit. You got to start like putting things in order. Like, hey, no, we don't do that here. Ain't no sodomites coming in here. You know, ain't no we don't do no parade the boobs. Like, you like some of these people out here, like, let me wear in modesty. Let me as a woman, let me act like a man. Let me do this. Da, 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 da. None of that. No, because whenever I look at my daughter, it's like I'm just fearful, because I know that I gotta cut out a lot of influences. I gotta cut out the TV. I gotta cut out the YouTube and all this other stuff, because I don't want to have no access to the outside world, because it's not in a sense to just cave her in a box, but it's mainly because those influences that are outside the box are the problem. They cause confusion. They make you go this way and that way and all these different things. And it's like, no, you are supposed to remain right here. That's why you see, even in where was Isaac at, you know, when he was 60 years old, or excuse me, when he was 30 years old, he was 30 years old still living next to his family. We grow up and it's like, you going to college and you're getting out of my house. I mean, you don't have to go to your apartment, but you can't stay here. You know, we're growing up to where it's like a bird that like tries to push the chick out of the nest and say, go fly, do your thing, go do your thing. That's not how our forefathers were. You know, Abraham had Isaac stay close by him, because he knew that this is someone I even have to make sure that whoever he marries has to be right. And so all of these things, it's like you have to take that stuff into consideration when we're talking about marriage, whether we're the ones as the parents now and we're trying to give our daughters to someone to be married to, or our sons to be married to. You know, it's at that point that even though we didn't learn these things before, now is the time to where we have to start instilling these things, because the world is going to keep doing what the world does, and that's corruption. I mean, these things are getting worse. They're already trying to, you know, get our children to think pedophilia is okay, to think that being if you're a young boy, to think that it's okay to wear a dress. You shouldn't see a problem with that. You know, this toxic masculinity. All these words that try to dictate how a man should be and not change themselves. They try to dictate how a woman should be and not change themselves. It's like, nah, man, I forget all you guys. I'm going home. I'm going home straight to my house with my wife, with my child. Y'all do whatever y'all want. But as far as me and my house, we gonna serve Yahuwah. So, yeah, man. My wife, as lovely as she is, she's all tuckered out. I still love her though.
And you know,
it tends to happen.
no, you know what, and I don't want to speak to that too. I'm glad you brought your wife on and she shared the sentiments that she did, because other women need to hear that. When we try to teach on a subject like this, it may come off like we're being misogynistic. It may come off that way. So I am glad you brought your wife on so that way she could echo the same sentiment and show that, hey, I have this understanding as well, not because it's a manipulation or anything like that. It is simply because, as you see, you and your wife, y'all was like tag teaming. She was backing you up on stuff, when you was kind of like, drawing a blank for a little second, what I'm saying? Like she was covering you and everything and stuff. So that's an example of how, that Ezra connector works. It's, hey, she's in like manner to you, what I'm saying? Whereas like she already knows what you're trying to say. So even when you make a human error, she's like covering those bases. That's what that aid does. That help meet is an aid in like manner to her husband, because she's in agreement with him. So she's gonna know what he's gonna say before he even say it. You know what I'm saying? And that's a true connection there. So I hope people understand that. All right. So with that, you can go ahead and get some final words. After you get some final words, we're just gonna go ahead and close out. Again, we do have a debate going on September 5th via Clubhouse. It will be simultaneously streamed here on YouTube. That is going down. Again, the title is going to be all Bible prophecies fulfilled between King Shamaria and AOSD Elvin Chandler. All right. So make sure you guys check that out. Stay tuned for that. Again, we may possibly be hosting a room tomorrow. And it'll be a dialogue between Bleedo and Brother Stanley, who have frequented Debate Talk for You before. So they are people who have been on here, and they're gonna be possibly be talking about eunuchs. Okay, having a dialogue on eunuchs. Okay, so stay tuned for that. Make sure you guys stay tuned to see if we're gonna make that happen, and we'll try to get that simultaneously streamed here as well. If we're able to. If not, be sure to go on Clubhouse, follow the Clubhouse room, DT4U World, so you guys can check it out there for sure. All right. So with that, I just want to say, may Yahweh keep you and watch over you all over always. Big shout out to Sal Showtime and Shabbat Shalom. Mack is on you. Final words.
Yeah, I thank the Most High Yah for all these things that He's given me. He's definitely given me a wife that compliments me in the place where I lack, and I compliment her in the places where she lacks. And I think that once we started learning that a relationship was not a master-servant relationship, and we start recognizing that our own issues can that the problems that we face with our issues can be avoided if we learn to see one another the way the Most High sees us, then all of these problems go away. And I appreciate the Most High for giving me the little understanding that I have, because even from a small child, I wanted my marriage. I thought about marriage for so long. I never knew who I was going to be married to, but I always looked at the scriptures, and I always saw it as a relationship, to where the Most High was just writing us a love letter. And I looked at it like when you read Yeshayahu, I believe is 63, where it says the Most High has anointed me to preach the gospel. And when he goes down the line, I always thought it was funny, because I just came up with this. I came up with this just yesterday. It's like the Most High really is amazing. It's like if we're his wife, you're literally a wife that's been sleeping around with somebody for so long. And then you have the Most High whom you married, that when you left him, he was sending you letters to where you were in your current situation. And when he sent you the letter, because you had so much baggage and you had so much stuff, that once you started to recognize that, I done wrong, I done messed up, this is not, I should have never left from my husband, you start to clean up your act. And when you clean up your act, you notice that there's this letter. Stop it. You notice that there's this letter that was written from the Most High to you. And he all he tells you is to remember his covenant. He says, I'm going to fight those who are fighting you, all those who have abused you. And you realize that all the time you've been spending idolatry or these broken relationships, men and women abusing you, nations abusing you, all these different things. He's writing to you like, I'm gonna get these people. I'm gonna get them. Just remember my covenant. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Remember my covenant. And when you and it's like, wow. Even in the midst of all my folly, he wrote this letter knowing I would do this, but at the same time, he was saying that Deuteronomy. Stop it. He was saying that I'm coming to get you if you would turn back to me. And that's exactly what a real husband would do, in spite of what his wife would do against him, is that if the wife remembers the covenant, if you remember the covenant you made with your wife, you're going to make sure that you fight against everything that's trying to keep your marriage apart. And that the wife is going to fight against every force that's trying to keep her from you. And then when you recognize that, then you recognize the relationship that the Most High has for you, that he's done everything and he will do everything it takes to take away the problems in your life, as long as we remember the agreement that we made, and he will remember the agreement that he made with you. And with that, I say shalom. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm so sorry that it was so long, but I say shalom to everybody, and I hope y'all have a wonderful Shabbat.